Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room. Excuse me, for live trading room for Monday, April the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, Green. All right, guys. Well, market started off, or the day started off pretty well for me on this NKTX. So again, it's not so much their results; it's that fact that Mizuho has put on a looking like putting on an $81 price target when the stock's around $12. So they did have, I guess, some positive result. I think it's only phase one. I believe it's only phase one. Let me just check that again. Yeah, it's just phase one data, but Mizuho has decided to put an $81 price target on them, 19 million in the float, and that's why this can happen. So anyway, I got in just on that 13 break. I was watching all this area here. It pulled back down to 10, paid right back up. I said, you know what? Take it over that 13 break. And I covered some just underneath 15. And now I'm just holding on. There is resistance around that 1550 mark. And it touched it, but I'm just going to wait and see if this can hold on and pop just a little bit more before I dump it all. And this is shortable also for me at Interactive Broker, so I may just go the other way soon. So that is the NKTX. Of course, Twitter in the news again. Looks like this buyout may be getting actually a little more serious. If you read the news over the weekend. So Twitter is up, and of course, I should say, of course, the market's in for another negative open, but it's rallying just a little bit from the lows. So we'll have to see, of course, what happens when the market opens. SBSW is weakening. I guess there's a strike at their mine in South Africa, and they're having to up, I guess, the amount that they're looking to pay their workers. They put another proposal on. Anyway, that is causing some more grief for SBSW as a share price. Anyway, ELYM, gapping down on negative phase 2A data. And this one is shortable for me also. This is an all-time low. Probably going to show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Certainly a 10-day daily breakdown. Other filters have to be met, of course, but my guess is that's going to happen. AXSM, Tier D and Raul. AXSM, gapping down, expects the FDA to decline. And that's the last of the headline, maybe an application, drug application. Anyway, AXSM is a big gap down, 20%, sorry, 19% right now. Not a low float, not a high float, 30 million in the float. Maybe keep an eye on also this QNRX. It had this big pop here. This is right at 7:30, reporting FDA clearance. And it got up to what, 190 something. We have no float information on this one. It's an Israeli stock. We seem to have that a lot when these stocks are not necessarily just Israel, but don't seem to, for whatever reason, our data provider doesn't seem to be able to get float information. But probably a low float. And it spiked up to, I think it almost got up to 2. Yeah, so 190. And the next high looking left is 190. So that's exactly where it got to this morning, right here. And that is QNRX. ARDX. Gapping up. They say FDA plans meeting. All right, so ARDX, the little one, just over $1. Big float though, 123 million in the float. It's a big pop for 123 million in the float if that number is correct. GOSS, I saw GOSS was actually halted pre-market. GOSS A gap down, FDA. Oh, sorry. Yeah, gap down. Phase two data negative. So this is almost an all-time low also. GOSS. CRXT. So it's a pretty active one last week. CRXT, very active one last week. Got all the way up to almost $4, and that was on Wednesday, and it fell, and now it's falling more. CYN, I don't think there's any specific news on this one. It's a little bit like the CRXT. Had a lot of hype, I guess, on Thursday and Friday. And CENN, CENN, this is a newer issue. CENN is a newer issue. I guess it's the first earnings release they've had. And that's pretty good. Big float, 168 million in the float. But it's a pretty big gap, 16% so far. Yeah, I see this SBFM is sneaking in here. It wasn't at the top of my list, but it is now here, right there. I'm seeing it right here, SBFM on my pre-market actives up. Another one that's had a lot of activity over the last couple of weeks. See if there's any. They filed a patent application covering the recently announced mRNA molecules. So that is your news for SBFM this morning, and again, a low float. A moment. So with the SBFM, the next high looking left is around 6. That's the last. That's 2 weeks ago. Or is that correct? Let me see here. Last week the high was 458. Yeah, actually 458 was is the next high looking left. That's last week's high. So I guess if it can take that out, then it can maybe make a challenge to the week before, which is 627 high. And just to let you know, this TBLT, if you're seeing this up 11, 12, 1200 or 12,000%, it is not. Unfortunately, our provider has not been able to make the adjustment. They've done a 1-for-150 reverse split. Okay, so TBLT is not up 1,200%, 12,000%, sorry. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Finger motion, FNGR. FNGR, this is not quite an all-time low. It is actually shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. I don't see any specific news on it, but this is weakening, not huge volume, but it's a fairly low float, 26 million in the float, down almost 16%, FNGR. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. All right, so when I last looked at this black box, it was down here and it had popped up to 499 BLBX and then it fell right back down. So I kind of lost interest in it, but well, I guess maybe 7.4 million. Keep an eye on it, I suppose. The volume is pretty good pre-market. And it again, because of that low float, they announced a joint venture with CoinRoots to offer retail traders proprietary analytics and trade execution for cryptocurrency markets. Okay, so that is your news this morning for BLBX. Let's take a look left here on that monthly chart. Okay, so the next high is 8 on the monthly chart, and that should be about the same on the weekly chart. Yeah, so you know what? Let's keep an eye on this one for sure. It's just it was chopping around so much in the pre-market that I kind of lost interest in it. But BLBX, there's certainly room. Yeah, because the next high looking left on that weekly chart is 419 that it just took out this morning. And then the next high after that is way up here at 8. So, hey, I guess we'll have to keep an eye on the BLBX once this market opens, see if there's anything interesting happening. It is shortable for me also, and Interactive Brokers. Not very many, 25,000 shares. Give me one moment, please. All right, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Whoa, okay, we have a few upgrades, but probably would realize that there are a lot more downgrades than upgrades again. So let me just get some of the upgrades in now. By the way, there is no trade of the week this week. The trade of the week is really just to stay in cash. So there's no specific stock. It's a trade of the week. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now in one moment here. All right, now I'm going to get the downgrades in, and definitely a bigger list. Let me just have to really expand have to expand the list so I can see it on my monitor. Okay, I'll get a few of them in now. CRXT, I'm hearing over and over again now, starting to fall again. CRXT, my text to voice. Even gold is not safe. A lot of gold stocks are down also. Just a few more to go on these downgrades. What I'm really looking for though is a stock that is being multiply or downgraded by different firms, multiple downgrades, but I don't see any. Just an overall Downgrade of all sorts of different sectors. Okay, that's it. There's a big list of downgrades. Obviously, out of the NKTX guys, yeah, that 15, well, it did actually get over the 1550. It got all the way almost up to 16. And we're just waiting to see how well it held 15. So I'm completely out of it. And now we'll see what happens. Let's see if this really collapses. As I said before, this is shortable for me, but get through how many shares are available. Yeah, 93,000 interactive brokers. So I'm sure they're being snapped up now. Well, any pre-market active, this one, the question was, what scan is giving me CUR, excuse me, CRXT, my pre-market actives down right there. It's also, I'm hearing it in my gap downs. Oh, you've seen this before, Mr. Guillot, you've seen this before. Take my actives, take these. I know we have a channel bar that has the pre-market. Take mine. They never fail. Okay, you'll never. I don't think you'll miss one stock that is active up or down if you use my scans here. I've gone to the sectors yet, but I mean, oil. I almost guarantee that every single oil stock will be down. Energy stock will be down in XLE. Well, I mean, look, I mean, if I wanted to short this, I probably could have shorted on a break of 15, okay? But I'm doing too many other things. First, I had to get out of the trade, and also remember it has this $81 price target, so I don't want to be I don't want to be too quick to get into a short on something like this. But I'm going to wait for the market to open at this point. I mean, I taking out 1257 is waiting too long. But it's starting to sink now. I mean, the great short opportunity was certainly maybe on a break of 15. Anyway, let me take a look at the sectors, guys. Not going to look pretty. The market's only down. Okay, SPY's only down $1.70. So it's not like a complete trashing, but let's take a look. I almost guarantee, though, we are going to see 100% of the oil stocks that make up XLE are down. Don't make a liar out of me. 100%. There we go. And it doesn't take any high degree of intelligence to realize why that's happening. Oil is now under 100, I guess, right? I think that's what happened. Oil's under 100. So anyway, what you're seeing here, XLE is the major ETF for energy. And these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100%, what that means is that 100% of the stocks are down from Friday's close. That's what that means. Okay. So is there any sector that is strong? No. There's no strong sector. There's nothing that's even at 50%. So on the top, no, it's topless. You don't get an alert, but you get this. Again, I'm sharing this gap up and gap down. I'm sharing this. This works in the pre-market. I've just got a pre-market. All you have to do is just put pre-market high. These are the filters, and in this particular case, the CRXT, the pre-market lows. Okay, so I'm sharing these. But I pay way more attention to this. This is dynamic, and I pay way more attention to my top lists. All right, so that is so there's your sector status to start. And again, the market, the SPY is down $1.40 right now, 140. So it's not like it's down, gapping down $5, $6 yet. Have to wait and see what happens when the market opens. And again, there's no trade of the week this week. The trade of the week is to stay in cash. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my other thumbnail charts from last week to see if there's anything interesting happening. Okay, CRXT is not shortable. Wow, look at this. This is not shortable for me anymore. CRXT not shortable for me anymore, and Interactive Brokers just broke down through $1. What a mess. I mean, imagine if you, chase this one on Wednesday, and held on, said, okay, I got in at 3. Yeah, I know it closed at 2, but it'll probably come back. And it looked like it was going to a little bit on Thursday. Now look at it, under $1. And why? Yeah, they have announced the financing. And the financing is done at $1.10. So that's the reason for CRXT being slapped down right now, a $1.10 financing. Well, that's the conjecture, yeah, Smokey. I mean, I don't think your friend has any inside knowledge on it. It's been out there for over the weekend. The board is afraid that if they just completely utterly reject it and it goes to a shareholder vote, a lot of shareholders. The interesting thing is that Twitter really has not moved at all since the IPO. Now you might say, well, wait a minute, the IPO price was 24 or whatever, but the first print for the average person was around 40. I think it was 45. So when you look at Twitter, how many years ago is this? So Twitter sitting at 45. That's basically the IPO price at the first. I have to go back and check to see. Yeah, I mean there's your first print around $42. Sorry, 45 dollars. So when Twitter went public, even though the IPO was priced at, I don't know, whatever, 25, it opened at around 45. And it's gone really, I mean, when was this? I mean, this is 2013. Holy smokes. And so it's been terrible. So it'll probably, well, all we can do is wait and see what happens. I think what I glanced at this morning is that Elon would be putting in 21 billion of his own money, and the rest is raised. GPS, let's see, the gap, are you moving higher for some reason? GPS, it got slapped down on Friday. Yeah, nothing much. Okay, I'm just AUDC. Haven't seen that one for a while. Okay, I see what you're seeing here, but it's pulled right back down. Well, it says it's an approved partner for Microsoft's Operator Connect Accelerator. I mean, there is some news that I'm seeing that happen. That came, yeah, at 9 o'clock in Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, if you want to call that the news, that would cause that to pop. Not much though. This one is starting to slide away, and that is GOGL. GOGL is starting to slide away, and like a lot of stocks, I don't think there's any specific reason for it. No, there might be because that's a pretty decent gap down. I don't see any reason for it. I don't know if all these shippers, I don't know if they're all weak, but anyway, GOGL is. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, thank you. Gap rallies after Guggenheim says shares could double in contrarian call. Okay. Okay, sure, why not? Could double. So not only will they take out the that level, but how about getting up to 24? Sure. All right, guys, before I shut down a couple of my windows that I use for the pre-market, just checking to see if anything is sneaking in, either on the upside or the downside. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I mean, I will take some pre-market trades, but once the market opens, I usually wait out at least 15 minutes. The only exception sometimes, if I get something in my 10-day daily breakdown that is also an all-time low, sometimes I'll hop on it, when I see the alert. Did I have this one on my list? ERYP. 1 minute. Thank you. 1 minute to the open. Yes. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Take a look at this ERYP. As high as 250. It pulled back. Any specific news? After the company announced it has sold its U.S. cell therapy manufacturing facility for $44 million. So they made a sale of a facility. So that is the reason. Pretty low float, 29 million in the float. French company. I can see that tricolor. All right, we are going to be opening in 5, 4, 3, 2. We're now open. Hey, you might want to keep an eye on that NKT. I'm completely out of it, right? But keep an eye on it. NKTX, if it takes up 15 again. It may not. It may just drift now, but see if that people are waking up now to the market and seeing the $81 price target. Wow, NIO just showed up immediately, but on the 10-day daily breakdown, NIO. My problem though, I mean, as I say, I would if that had been a lifetime low, I probably would have taken it. Look what happens though, guys. I don't know if you can, have a 2 minute chart up or something and you see how whippy it is. So I don't like to, there's no trade of the week. Cash, just stay in cash. So there's no trade of the week as such. Okay. All right. How did the market open? So the Dow's down 200, Nas is down 88, SPY's down. So, and the SPY, yeah, it's starting to accelerate downward. You know what's having a bit of a pop here, guys, is Netflix, NFLX, NFLX, having a bit of a pop. All right, guys, there's NKTX. It's now regained, at least it did, but must have been really quick. Got over 15 and it came right back down. Now, remember Dog Z from Friday had the incredible short from about 6 down to underneath 2. Had a nice bounce. It did have a nice bounce. Even pre-market. So let's keep an eye how active this Dog Z is. Now, there's the 200-day moving average, 384. Will that reject it and cause it to move down again? Well, how ugly is this? The CRXT. I didn't get in, guys. I got. I just didn't like the fact that it whipped up and whipped down. I'm talking about the NKTX, but it is now trying to take out that high again, the 16. But look again. Look how whippy it is. And almost got up right up to 16 and came right back down to 15, underneath 15 again. So that's why I like to set up that first 15 minutes. Things are just, for me anyway, just way too frantic. Man, we're getting a lot of stocks hitting that 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. None of them, I don't think, are all-time lows, though. No, Beaker, BKR, AXS, AXSM is not. Goss is close, I think. Yeah, look at Goss is really close, 0.6%. So it's almost at an all-time low now for GOSS. And MRO, another oil stock. Yeah, so these are nowhere near lifetime lows. Just too early for me to take any of these. The Goss is definitely the one I have to pay attention to. And again, the news on that one was phase 2 negative. So, the issue I've got, I'm trying to get this, but it's, 753 was the alert and it just accelerated downward. But it's an all-time low, so I want to pay attention to this all day now, this GOSS. See if it takes out 7. Oh, good. I do remember. Your problem with center point, I think. That's great news for you. All right, Goss. Take out 7. I don't think I mentioned Kang. I think I forgot to mention Kang. It's on my list. You know, the buyback program. Well, it just kind of showed up. CANG. You know, it's some kind of a stock buyback program. Yeah. So again, look at that NKTX. You know, first 15 minutes. I mean, look what it did. It got all the way up over 16, just around 16. Yeah, I think I got over 16. 1598. Pulled right back down. It's a big move down, $1.50 from that high. So if you're new to trading, I would sit out the first 15 minutes at least. You might even want to consider sitting out the first 30 minutes. And then you're going to think, yeah, but Barry, what about those ones that keep moving right off the bat? I want to get those. Well, the problem is, yeah, there are some that just keep moving right off the bat, but so many don't. I would say the majority don't. Okay. They have a lot of whippy action. In my opinion, best to just sit out, probably even the first 30 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. And we have a halt here, ELYM. Actually, halted on the way up. ELYM, it just got halted on the way up. It's one of the reasons in this, you'll see this watch list up and down. I put a delay on purpose for any alerts happening until 15 minutes, 10:40, sorry, 9:45. I do that on purpose. Well, let's take a look at ELYM and where it could open. 320, 320. And the high in the pre-market looks like it's around 320. 324. So I have to wait and see how this opens. Is ELYM. All right, guys, I took myself out of the Goss short for a small loss. I'm going to keep an eye on it and see if it takes out 7 later on. Okay, so I'm just going to put an alert down here at around that 7-11 mark again. See if it takes it out a little bit later. Again, I only took it because it was an all-time low. When I say only took it early because it was an all-time low. Boy, a lot of stocks hitting that 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. This gives you an idea of what's going on with this market. Yeah, there's nothing, swell, there's nothing really safe. There was no flight to gold. I mean, it's only down 1.8%, but there's really no flight into gold. All right, guys, might be striking again here with the Goss. I can't tell you to do what I do. I'm just showing you what the ideas that I've got. So the Goss is now getting more and more interesting, especially if it really crashes through 7, but it popped up again. Okay. So here's a classic. Look at the SBFM. I mean, it looked pretty good, didn't it? You know, I mean, it got to that 5 level, almost 482, and it's pulled right back down to 422. I mean, these are big percentage moves. You know, the first 15 minutes can be very, very, very whippy. All right, well, let's see. I didn't see well, actually, I do see a better one now. 350, 350, 357, 357 now for, this could have an interesting recovery here. This is the halt, 317 for the ELYM, and I'm seeing 360, 360 as a potential open. Of course, this changes rapidly. Got halted at 937.57. So this is obviously now not opening in 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, had it been, yeah, so it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. Crack 7. I'm just looking at some of my, what is it, on a top list. And look at dust. Gold miners bear. So actually, so gold must be kind of trying to come back a little bit with this bear moving down, this ETF. You're right, NKTX is coming back. So thing to do right now is 15, I think it was 1550 when I looked. 1550 looked like, yeah, right over here on that daily chart. That 1550 area was kind of the stumbling block. And I know it did pop through it, but it came right back down. You know, as crazy as it sounds, I'm gonna stick an alert around 1607 and see if it takes that out, because if it takes that out, the next high looks like it is 1975 on a monthly chart. Yeah. All right, Goss, thank you. Take out that 7. So you see what I did? I got into that early. I got stopped out for a little loss, and I got back in looking, and now we'll have to see if it really starts to collapse as GOSS. GOSS, not Goose, not Canada Goose. And we had the alert at 7:53. I did not take it at 7:53 the first time. is a beauty now. Just hold under 7 big. Twitter is moving down, trying to test 50 right now. Twitter, 50.48 right now. Okay, guys, so I covered some of the GOS at the mid 80s, just in case, six, when I say mid 80s, I'm talking about 680, 4 or 5, just in case I just don't want to see it pop way over 7 again. But I'm looking for, of course, a much bigger collapse, hopefully, because it's an all-time low. There's nothing holding it up. Chart-wise, got all the way down to 660. I shorted it twice. I took a small loss the first time and got back in the second time when it got back down to the first level that I shorted it. Talked about it in the pre-market. I said that, the only time I take something very early before in the first 15 minutes is on my 10-day daily breakdown if it's at an all-time low. And it was, didn't quite work, but then it just worked. So the longer it holds underneath 7, the better. And it had news. It had news. I mean, it was bad news. Phase 2 negative. Phase 2 negative data. So bad news, all-time low, 10-day daily breakdown. All 3 things aligned. Yeah, it's, our provider has not corrected that, Todd. Yeah, it's not really up, whatever it is, 2,000 or 12,000%. It's not really up to 12,000%. I contacted our team to make that change. Yeah, it's not up 9,300%. And typically for me anyway, when a stock does a reverse split, there were no shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Remember though, this stock was I mean, the stock was like a 10-cent stock, so there probably weren't any shorts available then either. No, I'm literally saying the stock was at a lifetime low, Chuck. So when you look at, that's why, guys, the single stock window gives you a lot of information right at a glance. Okay, so when I'm doing my pre-market work and I see something that is, has bad news, which it did, first thing I do, I check to see where it is in the position and lifetime range. So you can see, I mean, it's right now, it's just slightly under its lifetime low. You just have to look on a monthly chart. You can keep going back and back, but we're at a lifetime low. So that's what I mean. It's a lifetime low. Nothing to do with a short or a buy position. It's just fact. Okay, it's a lifetime low. So for me, a stock that makes a lifetime low and it has bad news. I mean, who's going to, I mean, I'm not saying nobody will step in and buy, but I mean, there's nothing supporting it on a chart anymore. Not, you can say, well, there's some support down here. No, it's a lifetime low. It doesn't mean it has to keep going down. Of course not. But for me, the odds are I've just noticed so many times that stocks making lifetime lows on bad news, it can really, really be devastating. Now this is starting to bounce a little bit more than I wanted to, so I may be exiting the piece that I have left and sticking an alert underneath again for later on, underneath 7 again. Red box, RDBX. Well, okay, there are some moving. What's the market doing? Yeah, the market is, at least it's flattening out. All right, and we don't have giant red candles to start, but it's flattening out a little bit. So the high on Friday for Redbox was 330. So it's above that high right now. On Thursday, it was 385. So there is some room on a percentage basis if it can, get anywhere close to that 385. Well, that was short-lived, wasn't it? So the ELYM, that was really short-lived. I mean, it did pop up to 370 when it came out of its halt, but right back down. So that was really short-lived. And that was it's kind of a weird halt. It wasn't, oh no, it was a 10-minute halt. And now it's halted on the way down. I see. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. This is my halts resume scanner, one of the ones I'm sharing. 937.57 was halted. Usually they're 5-minute halts. If not, then it's usually multiple of 5, which now was 10. You can see exactly 10 minutes later it resumed. And these are just volatility halts, okay? Just halting the stock because they think, hey, let's take a breather. Something has happened, gone up too fast. There are other metrics, but it's the easiest way to explain it. Or down. I mean, they also get halted on the way down too. All right, I'm hearing SKYH. This was an active one last week. Wow, look at this. Okay, so Sky Harbor. Now, this was the one where we had all sorts of yeah, I don't know, controversy, if you will, about what the float is. I think some had 10 million in the float, some had 50, but then somebody came in and said, man, I mean, there's a bunch of shares outstanding, but it looks like there's a lot held by these funds. So I don't know what the real float is, but whatever it is, it's low. And this is now above Friday's high, I think. Yeah, 833. To me, though, it's got all these little areas that it could stall at on that daily chart. What I like to see is something like a big gap, like, until you looking left, what's the next high looking left, say on the daily chart? And, I'd love to see if a stock's at 870, I'd love to see like 9, not 9, or maybe 950, 10, like that area. That would be awesome, 20. But you see all these little areas on the daily chart that it could stall at. Meanwhile, I mentioned Netflix was popping a little bit, and now it's giving it up again. Netflix got up to 217 and it got right back down to 210. So keep an eye on WBD might be an interesting short at some point. WBD, it's another streaming service, of course, and it's not quite enough. Well, it's an all-time low. It is. I mean, we don't count the pre-market, so but it basically, it's at that all-time low area. Takes out 20 again. What's going to hold it up? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick an alert say around 1990, and see if it takes it out. This is for the WVD. See if it takes it out later. The other one to keep an eye on was Paramount, P-A-R-A, another streaming service. They all got hit last week with Netflix's earnings release. Yeah, remember, TBLT is not really up there. And well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know how many people can actually short TBLT. Remember, it's a one for 150 reverse split, so it's really not up whatever it was, 9,000%, 10,000%. And again, I don't know how many people can actually short it. I bet you Zach is probably putting his hand up saying, I can short it. All right, I'm not in anything anymore. Covered that Goss. I really wish it had closer to 6, but anyway, not bad. A little too choppy here. So I'm just sitting tight. This one is not shortable for me. The Sky H is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, we have an IPO, I think. An IPO just launched. Sober, S-O-B-R, is that correct? Pink sheet stock? Files to uplist to NASDAQ, so maybe, is this what happened? April 28th, IPO. Don't know what to make of this quite yet. I don't know if this is truly, it says April 28th, and of course we're only April 25th, so I'm not sure what to make of this. I think what I'm going to do, yeah, 100 shares. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset this alert, because the alert was at $1, but something, it's probably still trading as a pink sheeter. I'm going to put 4. Let's see if it releases on the 28th. Yeah, this is not good. If you're trying to go long things, guys, if you won't short, can't help you. But man, and there's the Sky H. Look at this. I mean, this is, you've really got to be careful with these. Sky H got up to 890 and drops right back down to 8, just like that. Now, I will say this for the NKTX. It is trying to hold 15. Trying to hold this 15 level, okay? It's been obviously it's been whippy. We had a topping tail up to around 16. A bottoming tail all the way down to 14. So there's a $2, that's $2. The longer it holds over 15, That's what I'd like to see, like a nice base just over 15, 1520, 1540 mark, and then get some volume to pump it through. And it's only phase one. That's not the reason this is moving. It's the reason is, well, my opinion anyway, is that Mitsuho has put an $81 price target on them. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is, no, I gotta find that. I don't see that one anymore. I don't see the headline about Mizuho. What if, I don't know if Interactive Brokers yanked it or not, but it was definitely there this morning. All right, this one just showed up. NESR, not an all-time low. Again, they don't all have to be all-time lows, of course, for me to get interested in that 10-day daily breakdown. But I do want to see I want to see some space underneath, which I don't see. So, you've got a stock at 655, and when I look at the monthly chart, it looks like there's pretty good support around 613 over that six level. So, I mean, look, if you took the short at 655 and it got down to six, that's a nice percentage move, but I just don't like I don't like it there. I'd rather see something, when I look left, I'd like to see more like $2 before you see the next low. Yeah, the Russell, man. Well, let's take a look here. I mean, obviously a key area would be 185 on IWM. Those are the lows. Let's see, 2 and 3 months ago. Oh boy, HWM, Howmet Aerospace. This showed up also. I didn't like it. I thought there might have been a little too much support when I look left. This is another short opportunity from the 10-day daily breakdown. Now look at NKTX now. So obviously it did not hold 14 or 15. So my next level, if it, you know what, if it takes out 14, might be where it really collapses. Well, unbelievably, not unbelievably, but DOGZ actually is showing up in my option scanner. The option scanner being, this is what I'm talking about, moving higher with unusually strong options volume. And this is the first one to show up. Don't get too many alerts. The alert was at $4.10. So interesting, very interesting. Obviously, you look left, it's got a ton of room, but I mean, I don't know if we really found a reason. I didn't see any specific headline that really showed why this DOGZ collapsed as badly as it did on Friday. Or did we? I can't remember anymore. I think at the beginning we couldn't see anything. Yeah, I did not take it. I did not take this DOGZ. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I have to admit, a little disappointed in that Goss. I really thought once it took out that 7 that it was going to utterly collapse, but no, it didn't happen. Meanwhile, the RDBX, there's a 7-day trial. In fact, well, here it is. You can sign up for it right here. Okay, it's 10 days. Okay, 10 trading days. Here you are. Okay, IZE. You can see the date right there. Hmm. Wild action on the NKTX, absolutely. It's a tough one right now. I'm holding out on a high of the day break later. I mean, that's really holding out for that. See if it happens. Definitely. Well, we saw the GOGL in the pre-market, and it was really sinking. Actually, this is a shipper or deep sea, what is it called? Deep sea freight transportation, yeah. And it's under 12 now. What's the next low looking left? Yeah, the next low looking left looks like that's 1180. So that, whoa, holy moly. Look at that. And this is going to get halted. That's halted, guys. That's halted. NKTX is halted. That got halted on that move right up. I actually tried to see if I could get some at that 1653, but it was already halted. Oh man. Well, I see that went up too quickly. I had my alert set here at 1604, and as I said, I would be interested if it took out the high. Why? Because now the next highs looking left are around 1975. And it's just I can't find that news on it anymore though. The Mizuho upgrade or price target of 81. It was definitely there in Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, we got a couple of rockets here. RDBX also. RDBX is having a nice day. Well, let's see where this could open. NKTX, let's see where it could open. Right now, there's not a great, I mean, it says 1636. It's halted at 1653. And, here's the potential open. Oh yeah, look at the volume that came in on that halt candle right there. 1.5 million shares right there on that. That's a 2 minute candle. I don't have a 1 minute up, but yeah, I mean that was a massive amount of volume. 19 million in the float, 40 million have traded. So we'll just have to wait and see if this is going to be a big, massive open or a bit of a drop here. Got halted at 10:11 plus 40 seconds. So if it is a 5 minute halt, it'll be opening at 10:16 plus 40 seconds. So we'll see what happens. So a little more than a little more than 2 minutes. Yeah, wow. DWAC just getting absolutely kicked here. This is getting close to, well, look, not that close, I guess, but almost an all-time low. All right, all eyes on NKTX in about a minute. If it's going to be a 5 minute halt, it will be 1 minute from right now. Okay, because there's the halt at 10:11:40, and we're now at 10:15 plus 46 seconds. So if this is a 5 minute halt, it's going to open at 10:16 plus 40. And I'm talking all times Eastern. Every time we talk times, everything is Eastern time zone. Okay, now we're starting to get a little more of a pop here. 1660, you can almost rest assured this is going to be above this or this price when it opens. Now, whether it maintains it or not, that's another thing. Well, something exciting to watch. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? This has nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, this could be 10 seconds, guys, 10 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Look at this. Look how that is 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom, open. Look at that. Look at that. Oh man, good for you. Anybody who got into it, but then it's very whippy. Tongue tied there. It's very, very whippy. So it got up to what, 17 something, and it's I think it's almost fallen $1 from that high. 17.11, not quite $1. This is just phase one. Meanwhile, RDBX is just having a great day. I keep hearing it here. I have this text to voice, so it's over and over. Oh, look at Netflix now, guys. Oh, brother. 200 fast approaching. Did it get to 200 last week at all? I don't think so, no. The low was 210, so it's below last week's low now. Netflix, NFLX. A very interesting week in earnings with these big guys, with the Apples and the Googles and the Amazons, etc. Be very interesting to see what happens. Well, the only good thing, the market is kind of flattened out. Okay, the market's flattened out a little bit. So far anyway, we don't have any giant red candles. So down for the day. Of course, it was a gap down to begin, but no giant red candles. Just kind of flattening out a bit. Last 30 minutes. All right, the NKTX is trying to hold that 16 level. I traded that in the pre-market. All right, guys, I'm going to start my spiel and just want to let you know you can sign up for the test drive. Here is the test drive link. Okay, the dates are there. Okay, click on that. You'll see what it's all about for $11.11. You'll get 10 trading days with trade ideas. Okay, we don't have free trials. It's the closest you get to it. So if you sign up, you just read what it says. Okay, now if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You're not getting any data until here, the 16th. Okay, so just read it carefully. Get so many emails saying, hey, I just signed up. How come I don't have any data? It doesn't start until these dates. Okay. And what it means is you'll have access to the full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade either your account or not your account. You won't be able to auto trade um, your strategy or the AI. Okay, but I don't agree with either anyway. So, but that's the only thing you won't be able to do. You can, if you want to auto trade, you can do it in the simulator. You just can't do it with a live account. Otherwise, now it's also open if you have our standard service and you wanted to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so also. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription afterwards. Okay. You don't have to worry about that. And now it's now 10:22. So this is typically when I get into my little spiel about trade ideas in general. First of all, if you're new to the room today, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. So the link I put in, called Barry's home page, click on the link. Let me just take a look. Somebody's asking me about HPK. I did see the HPK. Yeah, it was up. It's such a low float. HPK was up. I'm just looking to see if it's showing up any one of my scans. Yeah, there must be some filter that's blocking it. I can't tell you what. Maybe it's the minute. A lot of my filters have a minimum volume of 400,000, and so I see it's 582 now. But I don't know why it's not showing up in some of my other ones. It's showing up on my biggest losers. Showing up on this one right there. Anyway, so if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So obviously a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Right here, click on this to get Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So if you take on an annual plan, the premium is 2,000 less the 15. The standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. It's got some action this morning, not terrible. However, what I would do if you're just starting out, don't start off with an annual. Take a monthly subscription. Okay, you can always cancel after within the month. In other words, don't let the next month, because there's auto renewals. But if you don't like it, just let us know before the month's up, and we'll unsubscribe you. But you can just try us out. This is what it would cost. I would try us out on a standard. You don't even have to go premium. Just try us out on a standard, 118 less than 15%. And if you want to upgrade, say to premium or to an annual, we'll honor the 15%. So there's no mad rush to take out an annual subscription. If you're just starting out, here's a test drive right there. If you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, please do this first. Getting started with Trade Ideas. Click on that. Let's get started. And there are 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. Starts off with a download and installation. You work away, first start up and log in, etc. Okay, do that first. Now on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There was no trade this week. Steve decided prudent to just go cash. Okay, so no specific stock this week. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern, and the education. So let's assume that you've taken the let's get started. Then you can check on the education section. And here's our user guide. Now you can look at the user guide, and we have sections now: alert windows, top list windows, how to place sound alerts on your alert windows, how to create price alerts, etc. Okay, so everything is here. You can also check out or click on the full table of contents, and this is all searchable too. So, but don't do that first. Obviously, do the let's get started first, and then you can dive in to the what you're interested in. And again, you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. A lot of things that you won't even care about. But we have lots of different types of subscribers. Some will be interested in some aspects. Others will be interested in other aspects. Oh, look, hey, wow, little green bar in the SPY, guys. A little green bar in the SPY. So the daily support session. So today being Monday, I believe it will be Chris in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. It's either going to be Chris or Steve. I will verify, or I'll find out before I take my break, because I do take a break at around noon. And so one of the other traders, and again, being Monday, it should be either Chris or Steve, will be in our YouTube room to take over for me for that 12 to 1 time slot. And then Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay, and before I leave, I will put the YouTube link in. And the daily webinar. So we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. So there is one today. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, the back to basics. If you're new to trading, take a look at this great little video series, all free, that Michael Noss put together. It starts off with what is a stock. So those are the free sections. And of course, if you want my scans that I'm sharing right here are the scans that I am sharing. Obviously, you need to be a subscriber. Oops. Just give me a moment. Just going to size this screen, this window. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Okay, that's number one. Now, on my homepage. And by the way, the best thing to do is save my link. If you save my link, all these sections here, the let's get started, my scans, and the education, you can look at this anytime you want. So all I have to do is just save my link, and then you can look at that anytime you want. So again, in that, from my link in the scan section, I showed you that I'm sharing a lot of scans. We also have created a lot of scans up here. So if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, okay? Don't click on channel bar, the other one. The reason being is that if you click on the channel bar, what happens is when you click on a channel, your layout will disappear. Okay, I still wish they would just get rid of this, but anyway, they haven't yet. So click on the dock channel bar, because when you click on a channel here now, your layout will not disappear. So these are all theme-based channels. So my recommendation is you can go through them. You take a look at the momentum channel. If you like what you see, something. So here's a momentum channel or a momentum scan that we put together. If you want to know what it's looking for, the same thing with my scans. All you have to do is right-click, configure summary. And it's going to show you exactly what this is looking for. These are the filters. So if a stock is between 1 and 50, volume is 100,000, etc. And then if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see red box here, okay? And if you like the way this is, in other words, if you like the price range, if you like everything about this, then you can just save the window to the cloud. And then the idea is then you can go through the different scans or different channels, extract scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time. And you can create a layout of all, you can create your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Now, if you didn't like this price range for as an example, maybe you wanted between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50, okay, you just make the change. Okay, if I say okay, you see how it's changed. I say okay again. So of course you can make any change you want and then save it to the cloud and go through the different scans and do that. Or if you like them exactly the way they are, fine. Look at Dash. So again, the idea then is to go through the different channels, take a look at the scans we've created. You see something you like, you save it to the cloud, and then you bring them back one at a time and create a layout like that. Same thing with my scans. I mean, you don't want to have all my scans up and running. I've got lots of different types of scans. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like as part of your layout. All right. Meanwhile, now, the other thing is, of course, if you want to build your own scans from scratch, of course you can. So I'm going to right click on this alert window. I'm going to click on search. So these are all the filters, sorry, the alerts that we have. Okay, when you see these icons, these are all the alerts that we have. And these are all of the filters that we have. And again, I always have to say this, but don't get hung up on how many we have. What we did as a company is said, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. So we thought we'd create enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. Okay? So don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. If you want to see what they're about, you would just click on say the new high, and you see where it says help. You just click on help, and now you'll get a definition of all the alerts and filters that we have, okay? But again, you don't have to learn them all. Boy, that Goss. Well, you see, that's why you have stops, guys, and you have areas you're going to get out. I mean, I could have been really stubborn and thought, he's going to come right back down again. I would have, had a few shares of this, so, that would have been not good to have done that. Okay, just briefly going to talk about this window called Brokerage Plus. This big blue window you see here, it's called Brokerage Plus. And if you want more information about this in a lot more detail, stick around till noon Eastern, and I'll put the YouTube link in. I think it's Chris today. He's a big user of Brokerage Plus, so he can certainly go over in a lot more detail than I do in this room here. You can see my scans in the trial. Yep. All right. So a question was, I'd like to know how many times you can go back to check alerts on a specific day. Okay. Well, for instance, here, if I right click on the alert window, okay, and you click on history, now you can pick the time frame you want. Obviously, you can look at today, all the alerts. You can look at the previous trading day or the time frame, and there's a calendar. And you can go back, I think 63 days. Okay. So Francisco, did you get that? right click on your alert window, click on history, and then you can either, we have, excuse me, some, I guess we'll call them hotkeys. You go to the previous trading day, you can look at today, and then you have a time frame and a calendar. And I think it's 64 days. Okay. So before I move on, okay, good. So the Brokers Plus window, this is available if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. You can actually trade from within Trade Ideas using this window. All right. The link that I put in has two videos in it. There's a short video that goes over how you would connect to your IB or E-Trade account. And then the longer video goes into more detail about how you can use this, okay? But again, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window, okay? That's all it means. We're a scanner first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. This is just an option or a feature that we have that's available for IB or E-Trade users. Don't ask about other accounts, other brokerages. I have no idea when or if they will be added. Not that we don't want every brokerage, it's just there's some difficulties that present themselves. So please don't ask. I have no idea. And again, the second video goes into a lot more detail. Now, how I like to demonstrate it though is as used as a simulator or paper trader. So you'll notice, it says Brokers Plus, and there are two options underneath. One says live, one says sim. Sim meaning simulation trading, paper trading. Now, this is only available if you're using the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Very simple to use the simulator. You just click on an alert and you'll see the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. And I'll demonstrate this a little bit later, but all I can say is practice trading before you commit money to the market, okay? If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when if you're trying to trade real money, forget about it. If you cannot make money in a simulator, there's no way you're going to make money when you attach to a live account. Now, unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make money in a live account because, trading in a simulator, it's play money, right? You get in and out of stocks, you take a loss here and there, who cares? It's a lot more emotional. Discipline may fly out the window when you actually attach to your account. So, but I almost guarantee if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade. Now, all you need is our standard service. And you don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. So if you don't have a broker yet, it doesn't matter. You can practice trading. All you need is our standard service and you're set to go because it uses our real-time data. So practice trading. All right, I have no new alerts. No new alerts in the last little while. Now let's take a look at that HBK. Now it's out on Friday and it went crazy, but now it's really dropping. It is shortable for me. I did think it would be shortable for me. 126,000 shares actually available, Interactive Brokers, so plenty of shares available. Well, this has been whippy, but my goodness, Sky H. I mean, it got down to 828, and then the next candle got up to 939 as the 15-minute candles, chopping around in the 5-minute chart. I mean, the trend is up, but you got to really be particular about where you're going to put your stops because you could get stopped out easily. So in something like this, where that crazy low float, whatever it is, I mean, it's a very low float. You probably have to take fewer shares with wider stops. Otherwise, you just get stopped out left and right. What does Apple release? What day did they release this week? Apple is on the 28th after hours. So that'll be Thursday after hours. What about Amazon? AMZN. Amazon is on the same time. How about Microsoft? Microsoft 26th. So that is tomorrow before the market opens. That's for Microsoft. And how about Google? And that is tomorrow, after hours tomorrow. So a lot of big names. I don't really care. I don't trade these, but it'll be interesting to see what sort of market direction we get, depending on what sort of releases they have. All right, let's see if I can remember how to do this again. The red box, okay? So what I want to show you is how you can take a trade on a pullback. So let's say you wanted to take red box, RDBX, but you don't want to take it right now. You want to take it if it pulls back to 333. Okay, so I think this, you know what? I'm going to have to write this down. It's just a variation of what I was used to. So I'm going to click the buy. I'm going to say 500 shares, 5,500 shares. I'm going to click stop limit. So buy shares. I'm just writing this down. I think they've made this a little cumbersome, but it's my opinion. And 333, 3.33 in this box. Let's see if this is 333 in this box. Click the send button. Maybe we got to click the buy here. Yeah, see. Okay, I guess I had to click the buy button again. Okay. So you see what's happened here is that I put a conditional buy order for this RDBX at 333. So what this means is, if it pulls back to 333, this is in the simulator. I want to take the trade, or I've set it up to take the trade. This is in the simulator. So that's how you can do something like that. Of course, if I'd said, sort of the reverse, if I said, you know what, if it takes out the high of the day, I want to take the trade. So of course, I could have put those two prices above the high of the current price. Now, at some point, if I look at this and I think, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore, I just have to go to the orders and then I right click and cancel. Okay. So that's how you can practice taking a trade, say on a pullback. I know a lot of people like to do that. But let's take a trade right now. show you how you can do something like that. Let's take QNRX. Let's see, take a look at QNRX. It's pretty active this morning. And I'll talk a little bit about money management. So let's take QNRX. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to buy, and I'm going to go in at the market. There's only a 1 cent spread. See, took the trade immediately. So 121. I'm going to put a stop at 101. I'm going to show you why I'm doing that. Add that, and we should see a red line on the chart that's going to say approximately minus $100. Come on. There we go. Okay, right on $100, and you see the stop prices right there. Okay, so I don't give like trading advice so much, but this is the one thing I do try to stress. When you get into a trade, you actually should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take the trade. You should have some kind of a checklist that if you cannot check every single box, don't take the trade. Be selective. Now, you shouldn't have 100 things, that you have to check. Otherwise, you won't take any trades. Most of my scans already cover, most of the reasons why I would take a trade. Because I'm never going to see anything outside of a price range I like. I'm not going to see anything with a minimum like a volume that I don't want, a relative volume. So a lot of things are already covered in my scan. Now, the next thing I do, of course, is I click on the alerts, and then I see if I like the way it's setting up. I like maybe the room it's got. If I'm going long, when I say room, how much, where is the next high looking left? It's far enough away. These are all starting to become candidates for me. What's the market doing? So I'm sizing things up. Obviously, I get a lot of alerts all day long. I don't take every trade. Of course I don't. So I am very selective. So let's just say, though, you take the trade. Everything checks up or checks out. The next step, the way I trade, is I always have a stop. Even the best setup, with the best news. News, by the way, is not one of the things that I check, but that's sort of a bonus. So if I can check everything and it's got some news, then I think that might sustain it for the day. Kind of like the NKTX. Who knows? Later on, that $81 price target, it might that might get it rolling again. I don't know. But even the best setups, the best everything, sometimes they just don't work. It's that simple. So the way I trade, I have an out. I have a price I'm getting out of the trade. If I don't think it's working, and that's of course what we call the stop. Now, the stop for me typically is just sizing up a chart, or no less than say a 5-minute chart. So I would look at the chart and say, you know what? If it broke down through that support level, I want to get out of this. I want to be out of the trade. What I would recommend if you're starting out new is maybe, because eyeing where support is, maybe it's a bit of it's not a science. Maybe some chart reading experience comes into play. But if you use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, I mean, that's a defined number, of course. And so you could practice that way. That's why I'm saying practice. Where you're putting your stops. You have to get comfortable how you're placing your stops, where you're going to put them. So I put this stop at $1, which notice it's got in at 121, which I wanted to make it the math easy. That's a 20-cent stop, 20 cents away, right, from the entry. So the next step is, how many shares are you going to take? You don't take the same number of shares. Well, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take is predicated on how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. So if I lose on this trade, how much am I actually willing to risk dollar-wise? So in the simulator, I like to show you how you can risk, say, $100 a trade. And I keep how much I'm risking a trade just about the same every trade. So I don't risk 500 one trade, 1,000 the next, 100 the next. I try to keep it, as best I can, about the same amount every trade. That's how I trade. So in the simulator, I'm demonstrating risking $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares on this demonstration. Because if I take 121 minus 101, you get 20 cents. You divide 20 cents into $100 and you get 500 shares. Again, I tried to make all this math super simple as for demonstration purposes. So that's that. You know, take the trade before you get into a trade. You should know where you're going to get stopped out, and that'll share size you. Ruby is hitting here for some reason. Ruby, RUBY. Haven't seen this one in a long time. Remember a few months ago, this hit almost $40. What that was on a little over a year ago. That was in March of last year. This hit $40, and just look at this, just tanked. So the next step is obeying your stop. You know, when you're in a simulator, it's really simple to, if you're losing on the trade, oh, well, I get out, I lose. Big deal. Just play money, right? And you can practice and practice and practice. And then all of a sudden, once you start trading for real, that first trade you take and you're all excited, everything's checked, but it doesn't work. It's starting to drift down to your stop price. And you start disobeying your stop. You don't obey your stop, and so that manageable $100 loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell. And you say, you kick yourself. Why didn't I not obey my stop? That's one. Number two, almost as bad, is not obeying your stop and having it drift down. Now you're down 100, $200, $300, $400, and then it bounces back, and now you're up $200, $300, $400. And you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, money management, good money management techniques are an absolute must if you want to stick around doing this. So again, practice in the simulator, practice where you're going to place stops, practice share sizing. How long it's going to take, I don't know. People ask me, well, how long is it going to take me to do this? I have no idea. Depends on, how much time you're willing to put in. Anyway, that's it, guys. Off my soapbox. Just practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Now, the other thing is if I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, right here in the simulator, and how I can exit, I can do it two different ways. I can flatten the trade. Okay, I can highlight the trade. If I had several trades, I would just highlight one and I click flatten. That'll get me out of the trade. These are hotkeys we've got. I can get out of half my trade or I can double my position. Okay. So if I don't get out at the end of the day, this will carry forward, and that's how I can practice swing trading. So you can also practice swing trading in the simulator. And yes, in the test drive, this will all be available. And all you need, and right now though, you want to practice trading, you just need our standard service. Now, the other thing about the way I trade is this stop right there, that 101 stop, that's the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. Okay. I can get out earlier if I don't like the way, if I don't, like the way it's trading. Maybe the market's starting to collapse more, or maybe I just don't like the way it's trading. So I could always get out earlier, of course, but that's the worst I want to do on a trade, at my stop. Meanwhile, SKYH, I know I was, wow, I mean, this is just, I don't see any, do I see any news trading higher no, that's on the 22nd. I don't see any news for this, guys. I don't see any news on SKYH other than it's going up. So I don't have a layout, actually, that you can copy, Anthony. You can pick and choose the scans that I've got, okay? I didn't want to create a layout with all my scans in there. So the idea is really then just go to the scan section on my homepage and you can kind of pick and choose what you like. So I'm just going to put my homepage link in. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, then just go to the scan section, click here, okay, and these are the scans that I've got. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like. I've got the basic highs here, some other things. The Ultra Zooms is my other monitor. So you just kind of pick and choose which ones you might like. By yummy HBK, I'm sure you mean it has, yes, even yummier as it takes out that 30. Always, always have to be aware of that float. Anything can happen. I don't see any specific news on it. I don't think there's well, I think there was some news. I think there might have been some news that first time it popped. There might have been. And that first time it popped was back here on the 13th. Meanwhile, SKYH, holy smokes, what a run on no news. I am not in that one, SKYH. Jerry, so I had a question in our YouTube room. Is there a way to see stocks with shares to short only? No. The reason being is that every broker is different. Okay, so there's no way that we can know if you have shares to short at your broker. Number one, and also, I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, and there's a way. Your broker, of course, should have a way to show you, but you can't. There's no universal saying yes. Every broker has NKTX to short, as an example. Okay. The other thing is that with Interactive Brokers, let's see if I can find one that makes a little more sense. And this will be with every broker. You know, yeah, I think for instance QNRX, I think there were shares available to short, but they've all been snapped up, so now there aren't any, as an example. So the bottom line is there is no way that Trade Ideas can tell you. It's your broker that's going to let you know. Okay. And again, with Interactive Brokers, it's really simple to see if there are shares available. Other brokerage platforms, I don't know. Oh, that's right. That was on maybe April 19th, you mean? Yeah, Kramer, that's right. Kramer pumped that HBK. That was the reason. You are right. All right, guys, things have settled down a little bit. SWVL. Whoa, yeah, got halted on the way up. So where might this open? Well, man, if this holds, and this is this crazy one. This is the United Arab Emirates, and it started doing this 2 days ago. This was Thursday's action. Here's Friday. Here's today, of course. And look at this. Look at this potential open for this one at $9. So it's halted at 754. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales for Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt at 754. That's the potential. Of course, this can change. It's not a guarantee it's going to open in this 9 level. Boy, Netflix is getting closer, and NFLX is getting closer and closer to that 200 mark. We're still sitting just hovering over it, about 205. That'd be pretty psychological if it takes out that 200 mark. Somebody mentioned this XR earlier. I mean, again, look how choppy it was. Maybe it's settling down now, but when I say choppy, just look at it, even like on a 15-minute candle or chart, where it's in theory you should smooth things out a little bit. You shouldn't, in theory, not get quite the wild gyrations you're going to get on the lower time frames. But look at the topping tails and bottoming tails for XR, sorry, XAIR. Boy, oh boy, that Goss was a great bounce. Pre-market high, let's see, the pre-market high was 807. I mean, this is, it's about as bad news you can get. The phase two did not meet preliminary or secondary endpoints at week 12. I mean, that's about as bad as you're going to get. But for whatever reason, the market, it has bounced. Well, I guess that's why SKYH is, just took out 10 now. Ah, look what happened. Okay, so Redbox, RDBX, remember I put in in the simulator, I put this conditional buy order if Redbox moved back down to 333, okay, and it took the trade. And that was in the simulator. Now, at this point, I can always watch the way it's trading. I don't like the way it's trading. I can always, of course, I don't have to stay in the trade. The same thing, by the way, the same thing applies though. If you're going to take this trade at 333, you set up a conditional buy order. You have to have a stop also, and that's going to share size you. So you have to know that, okay, if I do take this trade, where am I going to get out of it if that doesn't work? If it doesn't work for me, where am I getting out? And again, that's all, with some practice. That may well be then with the Goss. Yeah, maybe it's not a one-trick pony. I don't know anything about, well, I know nothing about this company other than what I can read up here, but yeah, so maybe that's it. That particular drug has failed, but they've got other things in the pipeline because that's a super impressive bounce from 663 up to 8. That's a very good bounce. Okay, so obviously this has been a more than a 5 minute halt for the SWVL. I got halted at 10:59. Let's call it 11. You know, 7 seconds before 11. Let's call it 11. So 11:05 should have opened if it was a 5 minute halt. We're at 11:08 now, so this could be a 10 minute halt. So this could be at 11:09 plus 53 seconds if it's a 10 minute halt for SWVL. Netflix continues to inch its way down to that 200 mark. Meanwhile, guys, Ruby is, what's the next high looking left for RUBY? It's not a low float, 45 million. And I only point that out because I mean it's up 30%, which is pretty impressive with that float. But oh, by the way, SWVL just opened, and what did it open at? So it did pop up to 872. The halt was at 754. So it did pop up to 872. It is coming back a little bit. 916, assuming it gets back up to these levels, 916 is the next high looking left. And then after that, 1045. What did they do? Mass transit and shared mobility solutions, okay? Well, just making a new high. I'm just pointing out the fact Ruby made a new high. You know, I'm just looking at my basic new highs. But Ruby looks like there's 172 is there, 175 is there. Just looking at the 198, to me, it's got, you know, between here and 2, to me, it looks like there's too much resistance to really stumble. You know, obviously, I mean, we're giving up a lot, but I mean, obviously, if this has any sort of continuation over the next few days and it can take out 3, then the next high is way up here at 6, but you know, that would be a fantasy area. And I see some kind of a report for stocks under $3. Insiders are aggressively buying. That might be a reason why Ruby. Yeah, I mean, he bought, okay, I mean, he spent $43,000. I'm just looking here. Okay, so 30,000 shares, average price of 144. I mean, I'm not sneezing at 43,000, but, and he's a director. So there's some insider buying, I guess, taking place. I guess that's giving the stock a bit of a lift. Man, I'm not in this SKYH. Look at this thing rip. You know, one of the things that prevented me was all these little areas here, and I thought, okay, there's too many little pockets of potential resistance. It just, obviously that didn't take place at all. Meanwhile, GOSS, I think it's taken up the pre-market low, pre-market highs. Yeah, man, oh man, it did. 810. It's a great comeback. I mean, nothing surprises me anymore. But I mean, this could go positive today. I mean, we're only 59 cents down. So it is absolutely shrugged off this that bad news. And again, no news on this one, the Sky H that I can see. When I say no news, I'm talking today. There's no news that I can see today for Sky H. Okay, guys. So I'm keeping an eye on this WBD. It held 20, almost at an all-time low. It held 20. Again, another streaming service that got just absolutely kicked along with Netflix. They have earnings tomorrow, actually, the 26th. This will be its first earnings release. Of course, this was a big spin-off from AT&T. So not spin-off. I don't know how to describe it. Somebody knows a lot better. I think Discovery and Warner and anyway, and it was high flying for a while. Wow. Yeah, we have a short float of 50%. Yeah, I mean, that's from our provider. Look at the market. At least the market has not put any giant red bar yet. At least it's kind of based a bit here. We really haven't budged that much since the open. Yeah, maybe as somebody said in our YouTube room, might be a good swing based on the daily for Ruby. Yeah, I mean, right now, to me, it might really have a tough time getting through two. But yeah, maybe this is the start of its crawling back to get, close to these levels again. But yeah, it's nothing I personally would do, but you're right, it could be. Guys, keep an eye on the SWVL. SWVL is right back up to where it got the halt. Ah, missed it. It's highly risky, okay? Highly, highly, highly risky. I missed where I wanted to get it. Like, okay, it's settling down a little bit. I'm waiting to see if it can take out 9 in a big way. I'm talking about the SWVL. The volume is this is going to be the biggest volume bar of the day on that 15-minute chart. Biggest one in the 5. So the interest is there. Just watching this SWVL. The next high looking left on that is a weekly chart is 980. Daily chart 916. So, I mean, if it powers through 9. Now, it did come back to where I wanted to take it the first time, but I didn't like that because I was trying to get it at that right around 870. I would have been out a lot of it on that pop through 9. And it did pull back to where I wanted to get it, but I didn't like that pullback. In these high flying stocks, for me anyway, I want to see a lot more continuation on the upside. So that's why I did not take the trade, even though it pulled back to where I wanted it. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but boy, this 10-day daily breakdown, there's been a ton of stocks. This is incredibly active. It's not usually this active. I mean, a lot of stocks, of course, are making 10-day daily lows, but the other filters are also a lot of other filters have to be satisfied, and they are. All right, NESR, I think I didn't like this one because I just thought there might be too much 593, too much support, not that far away. Yeah, we had the alert at 659, 659, and I just looked at this. I thought, you know what? That 6 level looks might be too tough to break. I may be wrong. Let's take a look at that NKTX again. So got an alert way up here. Well, wait a minute, I don't have it anymore. I better reset it. 1606. And I'm very glad I did not take that SWVL when it pulled back. Look at that. All right, I'm sticking an alert for HPK at around 3065 to see if this is basing here and maybe pops through. Highly risky, of course, even if it did with that float. But I'm looking at Zach scan, and the first alert was at as a bounce from 3009, and it's actually it's basing not too badly underneath that 30 level. This one is showing up again. BAOS. Boy, I mean, look at it. I mean, this came from 56 cents a few days ago. It didn't get over $1, and then the next day it did, and it's still inching its way up. I don't know what the news was on this, but again, it's getting close to the 200-day moving average at 138. That's what happened 3 days ago. It got just a little bit above it, and then it, closed under $1. But no question. I mean, it's pretty strong, and it's a low float, 8 million in the float. More than likely, it'll trade the float today. It's traded 3.8 million so far. Probably, chat room pump, probably, but I mean, it's still interesting. There's all these topping tails. Again, what does it mean? At one point, the price was up here, and then the sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again, sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again on Friday, sellers knocked it down. Will they do it again? So obviously, gold is in disfavor today. There's the bear junior gold miners ETF. The bear is rising, so gold is obviously in disfavor today. Yeah, I mean, Goss is just, as I said, nothing surprises me. This could go positive today, even. Never mind, just look at that. It's almost only 27 cents under now. And what a comeback. I mean, 663, that's a tremendous comeback. Almost $2 from the low. And I was loving this short. I mean, I did okay on it, but that's why you have a stop. Exactly, TRDs in our YouTube room saying, thank goodness I had a stop. Not I. He's talking to himself. Well, I had a stop too, but again, you could have convinced yourself that, oh well, it's popping up here, but it's got to come down again because of that news, right? wrong. I mean, it could later on, it could, but you know, you'd be sweating right now if you were still in this short for the GOSS. Meanwhile, BAOS just made another new high. You know, it's interesting. There are more basic new highs and basic new lows, even though the market again is, you know, obviously it's down for the day. The only good thing you can say is that it flattened out. Look at the SPY, it flattened out. So volume is coming into NKTX. NKTX volume is coming in. You can see that little volume bar on the 15-minute chart. What time is it? 11:28. So this has another minute and 13 seconds to close, but at least, you know, you can see that the volume is starting to come in. Not huge, you know, compared to these volume bars, but at least it's going to be, you know, the volume was starting to dwindle, and at least you're getting a little bit of interest again for NKTX. All right, guys, there is a little bit of a lift for WBD. I've been talking about that one as a streaming play, of course. I got hammered because of Netflix, and it looks like it is trying to hold 20. Actually, there are a lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers for XAir in terms of shorting them over 1 million. AP reporting that Twitter has accepted. No, what was it? $54. That was the buyout. Now, if you're wondering, well, then it obviously has to go up to 54. Not necessarily. Okay, right away anyway. You know, because there could be regulatory issues. There could be a whole bunch of stuff that has to happen before it actually does happen. So, okay, so there is the now. You see, I've got now there's a bug here, guys. I know there is a bug. When I'm going to get out of this trade, this total P&L will probably double. Okay, we're aware this is in the simulator. Okay, so which is a real hassle. But anyway, you notice here it says max P&L for RDBX. was $145. Right now I'm up $109. Okay, this is in the simulator. And so what that's telling me is that, okay, if I had sold right at the very top here, which would have been 365, I would have been out, I would have made $145. Okay, that's what that is telling me. So it's always good to compare your total P&L with the max you could have made while you were still in the trade. So for instance, you would not want to see, say, a max P&L of 500 and you've now let it go down to 117 as an example, okay? Right now, I mean, it's not, I'm not saying you can ever get out right at the very high, but you want to keep an eye on what's happening. So these columns are good. Watch what's going to happen. I'm going to get out of this trade, and unfortunately, this is probably going to say $228. Yeah, say 226. So it's doubling it. It is doubling it. And that is I don't know, they've got to look at that and find out why that's happening. So obviously the total P&L cannot be above the max P&L. It's impossible. Now the other, but let's say that really, it should still say 112. Now the next thing to look at is the distance from the exit price. I like these three columns. So the distance from the exit price. So what this will tell me is, okay, how good was my exit? I can look at the total P&L again, pretend that does say 112 versus 145. Okay, that's not terrible. But what you really want to see in the distance from the exit price is a nice big negative number, which is going to say, okay, great, where I got out, it is now way below. So this can help you, give you a good idea about how good are your exits. All right, guys, I just have a confirmation. It'll actually be Chris in our YouTube room, okay, noon when I take my break. Again, he is a big user of Brokerage Plus. So if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, uh, hold on to them. And in about 25 minutes from now, Chris will be in our YouTube room. And I will put, before I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there between 12 and 1. All right, guys, and well, I know it's sort of a broken record, but the SPY is just holding steady here. We're not having another major drop like we had on Friday when the market was down already, and then it just continued down, red candle after red candle after red candle. At least it's just sort of basing a little bit here. So bounce plays, some bounce plays, I'm not saying they'll be fantastic, but bounce plays could start to work a little bit. Viru, I know you've been talking. I'm sorry, Zach. I know you've been talking about Viru. Now you've been shorting it, I guess. All right, I'm gonna have to bring up Twitter and just see. Yeah, and DWAC plunging. Here we go here. So stock of this is plunging. If that Twitter deal is actually going to happen. Well, oh, here's another. Oh no, sorry. This NESR continues to, penny by penny, inch its way down. This is from the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm not in it, but probably at the end of the day, I'll say, why wasn't I in this? Okay, the NKTX has been very choppy, but again, it is still holding over 15. What you like to see is, I mean, there was some volume here. You can see that volume bar right there in the 15. You'd like to see some more volume. You'd love to see maybe a volume bar like that, okay? Not orange on selling pressure, but a big blue volume bar like that, which could just pop it right through. Remember what happened here? I mean, out of nowhere, this popped. I mean, from about 14 all the way up to 17 out of nowhere before it came back down. And that is the NKTX. But it's very risky, very risky. 19 million in the stop or in the float. Yeah, I don't see the headline. I'm not saying it's not true, but I don't see the absolute headline that this has been accepted. I'm not saying it's not true, but I don't see a headline. Ha! And now some Block and Leviton has filed a lawsuit against Elon Musk for securities law violations. Yeah. So listen, I'm gonna delete that. Okay, until we have absolute verification. What you said was he has accepted the offer. I'm not saying it's not true, but we can't seem to find anything. All right, that is absolute. All right, guys, 11:41. So getting set about 20 minutes from now to take my break. And as I said, Chris will be in our YouTube room, so you can head over there if you want between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. All right, now SWVL is trying to come back a little bit, but again, this is obviously incredibly choppy. So SWVL is trying to come back. I do have an alert set way up here in case it does take that out. Yeah, so on track to reach a deal as early as Monday is, of course, very different from saying it's done. And I think that's why William is putting that in quotes. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Okay, so before we start saying things like the deal is done, is accepted, or the board is accepted, it's a done deal, we should refrain from that. Okay. Okay. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing too much action. Hey, what is grunting at me? This NESR. When I say grunt, I've got this. My sound alert here is a pig sound, oink oink. So that is why I say what is grunting at me, NESR. So 659, 650, 647. Not a huge move or anything. You know what's weakening again is Alcoa, AA. Again, had the earnings on Thursday, a continuation down on Friday, a continuation down today, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Wow. Take a look at SBSW. Very weak this morning. They've got a strike in their mine in South Africa, and I guess they've upped their final settlement offer. They're looking to increase wages, etc. Of course, the market's not liking that because their expenses go up. But anyway, of course, it could stop the strike. But anyway, SBSW is down. It's a big float. The next low on the monthly chart is 1239. So I mean, it's even got $1 on that monthly chart. On the weekly chart, 1325. So it's approaching the next low on the weekly chart, which is 1325, which could stop it. Well, for such a volatile stock, this HPK has just kind of been hanging around between 29 and 30 for such a volatile stock. I mean, you can almost rest assured it's not going to stay here. Which way it's going to go? I mean, obviously, when you look at these charts or this 15-minute and even the 5, it looks like it wants to go down, but the next low looking left is 29, 28.99. If it cracks that, wow, then 24.90 is the next low looking left. And that's the HPK. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, so before I do forget, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Give me a moment until I find the link. Here we go. Here is the YouTube link. So again, we're taking my break in about 10 minutes. Chris will be in the YouTube room. This is so interesting, this HPK. One way or the other, it's going to break out of here. Again, NESR is just penny by penny by penny. See if there's any news on this. Trading lower after the Bank of Canada downgraded the stock from outperform to sector perform, lowered its price target from 13.50 to 11. Of course, it's way underneath that now. So that, I guess, that is the news. Yeah, the market is starting to inch its way down now. That was, a little bit of consolidation, but the market is starting to inch its way down a bit. Yeah, this NKTX, unfortunately, I'll be on my break, I'm sure. Well, I'm just going to say if it powers through 16, wow, look at it. I mean, this is how crazy it can be. It just almost made a new high. Okay, 1714 is the high, and this is halted. This is halted. This is halted. NKTX just got halted. Man, oh man. And now looking where it could open, 1679, 1670. Okay, this is the 1656. This is the halt. And of course, this will change. This will jump around a lot. I will definitely be on my break when this opens. So that's two that NKTX got halted twice on these huge, huge moves and on big volume. I mean, there's the volume in the 2 minute. I guess I'd have to go back. When was that one at 9:45? So yeah, it'd be earlier here, but you'd see a big volume spike also. All right, so there's Netflix right at the VWAP, 209.37, 208.48. So it's right at the VWAP area. Okay, so look at that 200-day moving average, 521. Oh man. All right, let's see how this is flipping around. So there's really no clue where this is going to open. There's no way it opens at the halt price. So there's no real clue right now where this is going to open, the NKTX. And it's 11:57, so it halted at 11:53. So if it is a 5 minute halt, that'll be 11:58 plus 39 seconds. So a little over a minute from now, if this is a 5 minute halt. But again, there's no clue at all because we know there's no way it's going to open at the halt price. So I'll be able to hang around to see what the open is like, and then Chris will be in our YouTube room. All right, 11:58 now. So in about a little more than 30 seconds, this could open. All right, let's do a little countdown. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. There it is. So it just opened. Little bit of a jump, and now a bigger jump. Remember, it got halted at what, 1656. So now the drop. So there you have it. Now, this should be, again, you know what? I mean, if this takes out the high of the day, traders are going to be super interested. 1713, if it somehow takes out the high of the day, it still has some room when you look at the look left. I wish I could find that. I wish I could find that. Oh, Wainwright's now in. What now? So they've got a target of 36.
Mr. Barry, can you hear me?
Oh, there he is. Okay, just a minute.
You tell me when you're ready for me to take the comm.
I am ready. Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You can do it right now. I'll put myself on mute. You can go ahead.
Sounds good. Chris. I've got it. You have a nice break, Barry.
Okay, you too.
All righty, everybody. Let's see here. Happy Monday and all that. Yeah, audio's good. Video's good. Hopefully everybody else is well and hanging in there on this tough Monday. SPY breaking 420 right now. You can see I made a couple trades here in SKY. Wish I'd held on a little more. Scalped a few things today. Really in that kind of mode with the market we've got going on. So, yeah, made a quick one here in NKTX. Guess that's a shot right back through the moon again, huh? Oh, yeah. I mean, these things are tough traders, though, but this is, it's kind of the market that we've got right now for trading. Willow, how are you? And, one of those things I like to put up here, when we start looking at, actually, this doesn't have a bad spread on it pretty much at all. But it is, whippy as all can be. You're at, for example, 1620, and 3 seconds later, you could be at 1670. And then 14 seconds later, you could be at 1575. So that's where you got to watch these things here. But behaving pretty well. We can see catching this 815. So, might want to watch that for anybody that's trying to look for any action or plays here on that next test. Obviously, if it can cradle it nicely and push it up, you want long. And if it starts to break it, yeah, you might look short. But this is not one of those trades that if you're at all hesitant, you have smaller count size, you're inexperienced, you're shaky hands, any of that stuff like that, this is not a stock to be messing with. Michael, what's happening? TRD. I'd say the same could be said for SKYH, but this one, look at the spread on this. This spread is much nastier, to be honest. And, we're looking at a stock with less than $1 million in the float. I mean, you probably see one place will report 300,000, another place that might report 700,000. We've got about 550,000. But my point being is you want to be careful. But look at that. That's actually a nice bull flag forming right there. Now, what is that? Does that mean it's going to do that? I have no idea. But for those that want to look for patterns, those that want to play things like that, certainly worth noting. And I scalped this out a few times to pay for tonight's dinner, so I don't have to eat bugs tonight. I've considered taking another shot at it as well, but I think, the environment we're in, I feel like take the money and run today is what I'm going to be doing. I would not be putting any long-term, let me rephrase that. I would not be putting any swing trading positions on currently with the way things are right now. Now, for those, you get the whole crowd, take a step into more of an investor's mind or a long-term trader's mind, whatever you want to call it. Everybody, oh, please give me that pullback in the market. I'm not going to mess it up this time. And, COVID, I could have been near that bottom and bought it. Monday quarterbacking is fine. We all do it. We all look in hindsight, and you ask yourself now, is this a buying opportunity? Well, if you plan to get out of the market in 3 weeks, probably not a great idea to treat this as a buying opportunity. But do you think that the market, if you had some money you really wanted to put to work and you were thinking about buying some long-term SPY position, reinvesting that dividend, and you're not looking at it to touch it for 10 years, and it's possibly accumulating in a position you already have, this might be an opportunity for you. Now, that's not to say that it doesn't continue to 400 or break, all right? But, this might be a spot you might want to nibble some, all right? We could just as easily do this in the next 3 weeks as we could do this in the next 3 weeks. A lot of this is going to be headline dependent and inflation and what the Fed does. And if Mars attacks Jupiter, and if Saturn's still mad at Neptune, and whatever else is going on in the universe. My point being is, I saw a post earlier today, and I've broken my no Twitter thing today as I clean up my Twitter feed to get rid of all news and things like that. But I saw a post from someone that I do like that said, those of you that have been begging for a pullback and a second shot at a pullback, here's your opportunity. Don't cry about it if you don't take it this time. And what he was saying is he was referencing some other people that we interact with. There was this pullback here, and a whole bunch of people that had been praying for that pullback didn't act on it. And then this happened, like, shoot, I won't mess that up again. Well, there it is again. So is it opportunity knocking twice? Are we getting ready to go down here? No one knows. But if you had a plan and you're not executing the plan, then you didn't have a plan. So that's, my little rant there on that. So, and, keep things in mind to perspective, the perspective of your time frame, the perspective of your count, and the perspective of your trading plan. All three of those things should be coordinating and interacting with each other. So, I also threw up a post. We've officially haven't gone anywhere in a year, in just a few days from now. All right. We can even push that back, or I circled. We can even push it back to here even more. So we're really looking at a year. We haven't gone anywhere. So now have a lost year on the SPY, regardless of these all-time highs that kept happening. All right. That's in the past. As the monkey in, what's that movie there? Lion King. As the monkey in the Lion King says, it doesn't matter. It's in the past. And this is what we have right now. This is what we work with. And again, are you looking 3 weeks out? Are you looking a year out? If you're looking at all those time frames, well, if you have a plan on any of those time frames, execute those plans or don't. But either way, this is what we have in front of us today. So everything is moving down. No strong sector on site. Oil down because increased American production, COVID lockdowns in China, mortgage interest. That's exactly it. You can pick a headline for any narrative that you want whatsoever. I didn't know about the China thing. I'm making it an extra point on my personal Twitter account. The second I see someone mention anything with COVID, politics, war, anything like that, instant mute. There'll be no more posts from them. So I don't care. I want people to show me charts. Maybe we can talk about anything finance wise, but if it's news related, it doesn't matter. Show me the price and volume. But no, I'm with you on the oil stuff. The oil production that you're talking about, that stuff I want to see, that stuff I want to recognize. Oh, I just saw something that I should be sharing with all you folks. So I'll go ahead and share this right now. As a matter of fact, load from cloud. But yeah, TRD, you nailed it with that oil production thing and mortgage rates moving up. That's the kind of stuff I want to see right there. Share. Copy. So let's get this in here. So this window here on Friday, we always get asked all the time, oh, can I have your ETF sector list and things like that? And because they're attached to personal list, I can't just share the scan out right away. What I did though, is I went and created a universal one that I could share with you folks. You'll be tied to it and whatever I decide to update it with. But it's got about 70 something ETFs, or around 70 something ETFs in it. And so this is it. And I just shared it out with you folks here. So have at it. This is what we're looking at here. I put in these different position and ranges here, 5-day, 20-day, and year. For some reason, I can't put the 5-day in a graphical indicator. I don't know why it won't let me, but I could do the 20-day and the year. And you folks are welcome to change that any way you want. But these are the ETFs. Whenever I go over, an ETF list, whether I'm doing it here at noon or at 3:30 Eastern, these are the ETFs I'm always looking at. So you folks are welcome to that now. If we go into the configure of this, blank top list, nothing going on here. All right, we just have some different columns we're looking at. We're sorting on change from close. You folks are welcome to change any of that. And if we go to symbols list, sector analysis from user guide, we put this into the user guide now, along with some other scans and layouts that I've shared in the past that we've created in the user's guide. So you find all those things that are in there, and we'll continue to add to those too. We're reworking the channel bar. A lot of things are going to change in that. Moving forward, some things will happen sooner or later. Exactly what it's going to shake out to be, I'm not sure. We will not get ultimately rid of anything. It'll all be archived. So anybody that has a channel that they like, if you see things disappear, we'll always have a link to get anybody that wants any of those things like that. But, one of the concerns that we have with the channel bar is new users just seem to get very overwhelmed by it. They don't understand it. The documentation that we have on it, going over and help, even these channel descriptions with I just updated, it seems to still trip people up. They don't seem to get it. So, we're going to rework things, trying to make things more simple upon launch. And as people move forward, they can get it as complicated as they want. Speaking of oil and whatnot, TRD, that reminds me, XOP, I haven't even checked that out today. So look at that. Absolutely destroyed in the last couple of days here. Absolutely destroyed. We had a nice short-term trend going on there. We got extended off of that. We've come down and hit it, and we'll see what happens next. I think that was, a pretty, that's not even a good line. Get rid of that. This was a pretty steep channel that was widening like that, had a broadening formation, and, so big revision back to the mean. We'll see what that means. We produced, we up production here, and we'll see how much of that gets exported and, how that all relates to everything going on here. But a lot to consider, a lot to digest as far as charts go right now. Natural gas trying to get off the mat, same thing here. But I think it was a little more obvious we'd see this in natural gas. That really went parabolic here. But, if we look at natural gas, we've got this trend that happened here. All right, but that's coming out of, out of some real hefty bottoms. We can see natural gas has just got this tendency to get real whippy on us here. And so nothing out of the normal, I don't feel like, especially over the last several years for natural gas. And I think there's a lot of misconceptions with natural gas, its role as far as household uses versus automobile uses, and things of that nature, and how differently they're tied. But, look at this again here, going back again, what I was trying to illustrate here, what we see here, some of these big jumps that happen. So I think, we've got some good trading vehicles. And again, more day trading than short-term swing trading, maybe longer-term swing trading ideas out there. People are going to want to look at that stuff. It's funny to look at a snapshot of all this. We looked at this 6 months ago. This position in range here, a lot different looking, a lot more green. We don't have almost any green whatsoever in this position. So it changes that fast. And that's why I like to tell people, I'm neither a bull nor a bear. Just like to look at the charts and the data, and I'm gonna flip accordingly. I always say gun to my head, I guess I'm more bullish than bearish, but that's because if you look at the markets over a 10, 15, 20-year spans, they're always going to be up. You do have that lost NASDAQ decade, more or less, after the dot-com crash, but there's still things to find inside that index, and the overall market continued to move up regardless of that. So hopefully it all makes sense. So you folks have that there. One other thing I created too, for anybody that wants it. Someone was asking in our emails about some relative strength kind of things as far as sectors go. So I created this set of races here. I'm going to go ahead and share that right away and then illustrate what I did on this. And this is all going in the user's guide as well. Stephanie might have it in there already. Load, share, copy, paste. All right. And so what I've done is I've taken 3 races and I've gone with the 5-day change, 20-day or 5-day position and range, 20 days and year. All right. And set up races based on the delta values of all of those. And then just 8 lanes on each one. So you're looking at whatever the top sectors are over those periods of time. And we can see, and we can set them off as races too. And we can see what, you know, is the top sectors based on those periods of time, essentially. All right, right across the board here. And so we can see, you know, in the shorter term of 5 and 20 days, JETS, 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 jets. All right, we've got those hanging out up there. All right. And we can see things get differently as we move along. Got XOP is still trying to hang out here in that upper range. All right. So just to give everybody a snapshot here of, you know, what sectors are moving and some relative strength on those sectors. So a couple new tools for you folks to play around with. And get rid of those and get back to the regular scheduled program here. And I tease, there's no regular scheduled program. If you folks have questions or, you know, let me know. Fire those at me here. See NKTX still plobbing around here. So that EMA is catching up pretty quickly here. We'll see what that results in. Caught this 5, made a move off of that 5, caught back up it on the 5-8. So again, let's see, are we basing and we're going to curl up, or are we basing to make a move down? Where's your hedge? Where's your bet? I don't have one anymore. I've just got the popcorn ready. XAIR, I saw this popping up earlier on a race, but I think it had no volume. How many races have you won? Any? Nope. 6 races here. All right. So this thing's been popping through for at least 18 minutes or longer. So nice move here again, riding that 8-5 EMA. 15-8 EMA, same thing here. So these are the ones that I use for my intraday trading. You know, they're not magic. Steve uses the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, and man, he nails them off that a lot of times. So there's no right or wrong way to do this. Just some people have a better rapport with some moving averages than others. So again, if you folks have any questions, fire those away for me here. SPY getting back off the 420 mat. Let's see, I didn't look at the cues today. Excuse me. Got some yawns coming in already. Guess that's what happens when you've been up for 9 hours already. Yeah, cues, you know, they look sickly here. Still think they have a date with this 316 level here. We'll see. We'll see. If they don't, you know, I love to play devil's advocate. If they don't, do we have an inverted head and shoulders right here? You know, essentially. You know, we can make an argument for either. You know, we could say that this was a complex head and shoulders that happened here. All right. Now we can make the argument for a shorter term head and shoulders. While that shoulder's up near the head, all right, we can make the arguments at a shrugged head and shoulders. You know, and this is why technical analysis starts to become so subjective. Let's see what else is popping through here. Xerox. I saw this last week was active. Is there anything that happened here? Earnings. Okay, so there it is. Let's see. So whatever earnings were, it was bad for price action, whether it was good earnings, good guidance, bad guidance. None of that really matters. All that matters is the price action of it. And, some nice days coming out of it. You got this outside day that happened and a bullish day happening outside that outside day. Considering what we've got going on in the market, up about a 50-cent piece and 2 3/4%, bright spot. No clue on that TRD, whether or not, I go back and forth with, in my brain, trying to find some logic and reason behind any sort of a notion to one side or the other. And, you've had people that have had great arguments for the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years why the market should not be up where it is. And they've been wrong the entire time. Some people have been arguing that for even longer than that. There's some people that thought we should have crashed right after the 2008 crash. They had fundamental reasons that it should have happened, and all, they're smart people, and I've been in finance much longer than I have, and all these things like that. And they've been wrong the entire time, and they're still beating the same drum that they've been beating. So, I try not to get caught up in those kinds of things. I won't say what I'm doing with money right now, long term, other than, I continue to add to my, retirements and things like that, systematically. And it's not really based on anything other than a system that I have where I'm going to buy, at X time intervals, regardless of what the market is doing. And so right now, if I was looking at the SPY, and let's just take the SPY, for example, my interval was the first of every month. I bought here and here and here and here and here and here. All right. And then coming up, and we have another first coming up. And if I buy here, that's going to be beautiful for my cost averaging that happened here. But also don't forget, would have bought here and here. And I'd have bought there and back here, because ultimately, I know that in 10 years from now, unless the entire world ends and then money won't matter anyways, I know that 10 years from now, we're going to be up that way without any question. And if we're not, there's a whole other set of problems that I have to worry about anyways. So I'm not going to get caught up in that stuff. I think it's better sometimes when you do things more systematically, knowing that you have no intention of touching that money whatsoever for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. While still playing shorter term things. I wouldn't be putting any swing positions on short term wise today anyways, and probably not the next several days anyways, while we digest this price action. So that's what I would say. And sorry, Walt, I just saw that coming the other day. You set up what we are following, but how do I add symbols to that list? What we are following. Are you talking about the trader's eye? Let me doc channel bar. Let me bring that over here. If you're talking about the trader's eye, I don't know if there's anything in here right now. Andy is really kind of managing this right now. And so, all of us as traders are putting into a sheet, a data sheet, symbols that we're interested in for possible swing trades. And then kind of Andy is really, looking for triggers as reasons to be able to put those in. So that's what, so that's what's kind of going on here. I think that's what you're talking about there. Walt, I'm going to go with Walt for short. I think that's what you're talking about. So, this is what we're following. Now I've kind of campaigned for, let's just put everything out there that we put in there and let people make adult decisions. But we also have to, consider there's a lot of people, unfortunately, and it's not a shot at anybody here, so please don't take it as that. But there's a lot of people that will, they blindly follow our trade of the weeks. And then as soon as they lose money on it, we get 500 emails about how we suck. And the second that the trade of the weeks are working, we get 0 emails about how well they're doing. And we don't want this to turn into that, essentially, where people think we're just making stock picks and that's it. What we're really trying to do is show quality setups, but we don't want to be shot for showing quality setups that don't follow through, because that's the way trading works. And then, we get a drubbing of emails telling us how awful we are. Now, the difference between the two items that I'm talking about also with the trade of the week and this is trade of the week is free. Anybody could subscribe to it. Obviously, you have to be a Trade Ideas subscriber to this to get this list. We're not sending it out anywhere. We're not sharing it with anybody that's not a Trade Ideas subscriber. So, we're keeping it in-house to people that are, paying for the service that we decided to come up with this. It's just kind of a bummer that we come up with it and we're in a market that's not good for 2, 3, 4, 5 day holds right now. And, that's what these are intended for. These aren't, long-term 3-year outlooks and things like that. I don't know. I've never done technical analysis on something like that. I wouldn't even know where to begin to do technical analysis. When you start looking outside of a week or 2 weeks from me, I'm not really sure. I'm personally not sure how to kind of guide that. People would do that? Absolutely. If I could only, before I worked here and Barry in the trading room would talk about some of the emails that they get, I was always curious, what do these look like? And I get to see them now. And there's some people that, swearing at us and telling us they hope, all sorts of bad things for us. And, unfortunately is what it is. And I get it, trading's tough and people are, trying to add money to, maybe, whether they're a checkout person at TJ Maxx or they're a manager at a restaurant or, they're driving some kind of cab or Uber and they're trying to get a better life for their families and they're trying to find whatever the thing is that can the least amount of time and least amount of investment to add to the underlying. But, and as anybody knows, anything too good to be true simply is. And that's why, I always hammer the fact that we're Trade Ideas. We're idea generation. So yeah, unfortunately I can't share those. I get why we don't share those out, so just know that, think of any time you've ever been upset with any company, whether it was a supermarket or your cell phone company, your cable bill or your insurance company, and think about in your head some nasty letter you might have wanted to write to them, or maybe you did. That's what we get, things like that. So it is what it is. And then, I want to circle back on what I was just discussing. And, Walt, let me know if that was what you were asking about. I want to make sure I touched on what you were looking for, because if not, we can circle back on it and keep pushing into whatever it's specifically. But I believe that's where you were headed with that. One other thing that I want to hit, and this is a plug, but it's not, I don't get anything out of this. There's a gentleman out there, Jim O'Shaughnessy. Some people may know him, some people may not. He's on CNBC for years. He hosted a segment with Bill Griffin for a while. Long since left, runs with his son, Patrick, O'Shaughnessy Asset Management. Benjamin Franklin just, bought a huge stake in them or bought them out or whatever. They do a lot of portfolio modeling. Now, what their proprietary stuff is, they're obviously not just sharing outright, but you want a good insight into what the mindset is behind Jim, and he's a total quant. I mean, a top flight quant. I don't think you get much better than him for quants. Works on Wall Street. Let me find this and bring this over. I get nothing out of this whatsoever. This here, what works on Wall Street? I think 4th edition is the last one that he's on right now. You want a good quant book? Read this. All right. Get this book, read it. He just goes into, these simple portfolio models, mostly fundamental based, but for real long-term stuff and how they beat the indexes. And he's so transparent about the data. And I mean, it's just I say such a good read because I find this stuff fascinating. Other people may not find it so fascinating, but, if you want to really get into that stuff, you want to take a bigger snapshot at the overall market and, and what you can do for your long-term future. And I think it just helps open people's minds to, really take that full picture in of why technical analysis works in coordination with some fundamental analysis and how they can be used together. It's a great read. For me, it was a great read anyways. I'm reading it through a second time now. And, things that I didn't get or didn't get as much out of the first time, or now I look at it in a different light after reading it a few years later. And if nothing else, Jim has got one of the best sense of humors ever. If you follow him on Twitter, I think he's probably one of the best follows you could do for yourself on Twitter. He always teases, if nothing else, my book makes a great doorstop. So, if nothing else, you get a great doorstop out of the book too. And that's where I stole, the reason I mentioned that is that's where I stole this kind of, let's just say, for example, I have a strategy where every month, I just using the SPY as an example. This isn't what I do. But if I just bought, 5 SPY shares at the beginning of every month, and I didn't look at anything else, and I did that the entire time, my entire life, that was going in my retirement account or whatever it is, because, I'm already maxing out my 401k allowance and all those things like that. If I just did this every month, no matter what, on the first, do I really care what the market's doing? Because I'm not looking at this for 30 years. I'm not looking at it for 30 years. And if you don't believe that the market's going to be up over the next 30 years, then I don't think there's really a purpose for you to have a retirement account anyways, quite personally. So make of those things what you will. But the idea behind it is separating that short-term swing trading of 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 hours, a day, 3 days, 5 days, from that real long-term compounding outlook. And that's where I'm getting at with that. And while Trade Ideas might not necessarily be the software at this point in time for that kind of quantitative outlook of, that many years, that doesn't mean that we don't bring some kind of thoughts into it. And, we're doing that right now live on screen. We're doing that together right now here as part of this community that we're all part of, whether we're checking it out for the first time or we're here, we're here together for the 700th time, whatever that happens to be. Sorry, I was just answering a message that came in for me. All right, we're looking good here. This continues to look like it wants higher for now. It's now defending a higher low on the day. So we'll see if we can get this little curl up, and that action's coming in. And Andy just messaged about, a lot of big earnings. A lot of the big players have earnings this week. And I think one of the things, this will circle back on what you were asking about direction TRD. These are the things that I think about. This last earnings round in the first quarter, I think that was a big reason that we held up in here a little bit. All right. And now we're down here on this earnings, and everybody's going to guide more cautiously and cutting back and downsizing and all these things like that. And so if earnings disappoint, do we go this way, or is earnings already priced in to disappoint and we just see more of this? I don't think you're going to see earnings on fire and we see that. But again, I don't get paid to think in that sense. I just get paid to react to charts and price. And by paid, I mean, my actual trading being paid. So that, I think this is the least likely of the scenarios. I think that this or maybe a little bit more of this is more likely than just this. But that's, that's based on earnings coming out, and it's not complete doom and gloom from everybody either. So it's all so very speculative. That's all there is to it. Do you have any scans using VWAP for day trade setups that you could send or recommend? I don't think so, but let me take a look at my cloud real quick. And if nothing else, we're not doing anything else, and we can try to make something. So VWAP. All right, so here's this. Actually, I've got this race that I'm using. It's actually this race right here. VWAP's involved in it. I didn't even think of that. So let me send that out to you first. So there's that. And let's just go over the setup in this. Configure Windows specific filters. So we're looking at stocks between $4 and $50. It got to be up from the close. Relative volumes 3. Traded 175,000 shares on the day. They can't be more than minus 0.15 below VWAP. And we're doing 3 times normal 5-minute volume over the last 10 days. So there's that top list. It's really a race that I just sent you. So there's that to go off of. And then let's go alert window. Let's make a new one. Well, you could take those settings and collaborate them back into a regular top list, or you could even collaborate them into an alert window and attach an alert to it, like a 5-minute high or something like that. But we could just make an alert window right now. So let's go with, we're going to put 3 alerts in here. Now, generally speaking, I'm not a 3 alert person in a window, but we're doing this as an exercise to see what the results are. And then, later on, if I were to use the window, I would drop the alerts that don't fit the filters the best. The only way to know what fits the filters the best is to give it a test like that. So we're going 5-minute high. We're going to add that. So I'm going to put the crossed above resistance, new high, and 5-minute high all in there as alerts. All right. And let's work with these filters first. So like I said, I want to be liquid. Let's go with 200K shares traded on the day at least. Let's make sure that we're not stocks that people are interested in. 1.5 on the relative volume. Although with VWAP, I don't know if we need to do that. We're going to leave it for now. Get a $4 minimum. We'll leave it at that for now. I'm not going to mess with change from close or open from now. Let's go VWAP. Distance from VWAP 1 because we're going intraday. Let's add that filter. And let's give it minus point. We'll go minus 0.2 to 0.3 for now. All right. We're not doing anything crazy or fancy, but I just want to see what we've got hanging around VWAP right now with this. A lot of stuff, especially on that 5-minute. Just exploded with alerts. Widen this window out a little bit. I mean, look at that. Look at all those alerts that came through at the exact same time on those 5-minute highs. So let's take a look. And we're going to see a lot of stuff here. All right. And add VWAP as an indicator. And close. Okay, so we've got VWAP is in there. And add it on this 5-minute chart too. And add, there we go. And do you have anything specific you're looking for in VWAP, or we'll just kind of throw some stuff at the wall and see what sticks here? And let me know, or anybody chime in and let me know. So we're finding all these things that are above VWAP right now mostly. So far, I'm not seeing anything below VWAP. All just popped over. Some more than others. If the market were to bounce, a lot of these look decent, actually. They look poised for that bounce. But then again, rising tide lifting all boats. Also, then again, why knock it if it's going to work? So let's run back a history on this. Let's see some of the stuff that's come through. Let's see what's going to give us that more available. Yeah, so many alerts because of that 5 minute. Right, I'm going to get rid of that 5 minute for a minute here. Configure. Because that's just giving us a lot of noise right now. And I don't want to tighten up filters yet. Now let's take a look. It's going to give us a better data set, I think. Yeah, I like that better for now. EWJ, Japan Index Fund. Interesting. So interesting stuff. All right. And so now we can see, for example, this came in here, made this alert at 9:49, and it's been really kind of held down by VWAP on a 15-minute chart. Also, this 8 EMA caught it. It's been way underwater, the VWAP here. And, trying to find anything long right now anyways is not going to be exactly conducive. Well, so anchored VWAP, a VWAP means anchored VWAP. So VWAP it's an intraday indicator, actually. And so if we look at in the VWAP section, all right, expand this out. So one is going to be intraday, all right? This is going to be anchored back from 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. This here is the actual VWAP value, not a distance from it. This is just setting a value saying, oh, if the VWAP is X amount of dollars based on, based on these here, not a distance. So these two are not to be confused where, for example, the change filters, we have it in percent and dollars. This is not the same, like, change from close percent versus dollars. That's not what this is. This is looking for a hard dollar value of VWAP, where this is looking for a distance based on percent on that VWAP. And so that's what I'm illustrating here with this. And so, if you're looking at something more swing trading wise, or if you're looking for something, trying to recover its VWAP or see pinned down VWAP multiple days, that's where, you want to start to look into these other numbers here, essentially. If you're intraday trading, I think you're going to want to look at this. Not that you couldn't use the other ones, where you could say, all right, show me stocks where it's, near the 5-day VWAP and it's making a new high, for example. All right. And then maybe you're trying to find something that's got that momentum on a swing up from a longer short-term VWAP. So, but, kind of building this out today, I feel like, it's a little tough because everything's market tied right now. It'd be different if we had a kind of a sideways market like this, not a sideways market like this, where everything is just getting drugged one side to the other. But interesting to see that a lot of these breaking resistances are ETFs. More emerging markets, battery and tech. So LIT just getting absolutely routed right now. So as it stands right now, this would look like it was a better short scan than a long scan as far as this goes. But again, the market's getting drug around like it is right now. Really tough to find. Let's mess around here for a second and configure. Let's find VWAP. Let's mess around and do some back testing with this. So what if we had stocks that were up from the open and up from the close, all right? And they were above VWAP, not too far above VWAP, all right? Let's mess around and back test this now. Let's give it a, let's back test it with the crossed above resistance only, all right? I'm going to call it VWAP. Support Webby. Let's see what we got here. See if this can give us any kind of insight. Let's set it to start. Let's set it to start scanning at 15 after the hour, or 15 after the open, excuse me. Open that wide up. We're not going to give it any risk management. Timed exit. Let's open it up for the day. Let's simulate that buy. Mess around here and see what we get. So looking at about 50%, but that profit factor is kind of blah. Let's see what its win-loss ratio is too. So this rounds out the next few seconds. There you have it, sports fans. Or not. Okay, there we go. So let's see. A lot of trades. Terrible average winners, losers. Very bad. We won't quite give it terrible. Interesting that it gives it that projection because I'm not buying that for 1 second. Very interesting stuff here. Now, what I really want to look at is this, because notice how we have this big move down, big move up, big move down, big move up, little move down, big move up. I'm going to bet big winner day, big loser day, big winner day, big loser day, big winner day. And right here, we can see it. There it is. There you have it, sports fans. Just as I said, you've got some big losers all showing up, some big winners. So now if we can get this spread where we can cut these bars in half almost without losing anything off the top, that's when we know we might have something to look at here, all right? And we can do some simple optimization on this real quick. Let's look at time of day real fast. Let's go with 5-minute intervals. And we can see here, we're not looking so hot in this morning section here, or in this mid-morning section here to late morning, excuse me. If I can get my words right, that would help you all. That doesn't look great to me. Yes, you have those two here, but you got this, this, and this that beyond nullify that. In fact, that is terrible too, but how do you hedge that and that? This becomes one of those things where maybe all of a sudden you start to say, well, what if I break this into 3 strategies? And, and I said, well, I can see that, from X time to X time works good, and then it falls apart. And so then I run one strategy that works X time to X time. And then maybe I cut out this part that doesn't work good, or I cut this part. And so now I've got 3 strategies that I can run, like this. As far as if we were looking at automation of this anyways. We could also just know from our back testing, all right, if I see alerts coming in during this time, I don't want to look at it. Or I can make a multi-window, and I could put, strategy where it's looking at it from this time to this time, and then it doesn't look for a while, and then it looks from this time to this time using time of day filter also. So a lot of things we could do here, both for automation and or live trading. So let's see, how do you look at that back test and decipher what made it effective against not effective? You really just kind of dive in the rabbit hole. When I start to optimize, anytime I go into optimizing, one of the first things I do is look at time of day. And then the other thing I look at is price. All right. And so I want to open up data a lot, and then I start to narrow it down slowly. And then I can come into filters and say, what might be some filters I want to look at? Maybe if I'm looking at stuff that's kind of more momentum-ish and short term, maybe I'm looking at RSI or Bollinger Band or something like that on the shorter term time frames. And that's what I'm kind of doing there. Willow. I spent so much time optimizing scans. It was, not a good use of my time, to say the least. But just to mess around here, all right, now let's say I just want to run this back test and do this real quick now. All right, we've got this back test here. Now I want to cut the back test off. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. All right, back test. We're going to simulate that buyer like that, all right? I'm just moving that off the screen. I'm going to bring it back in a second. Now what happens if because I saw it on that optimization, after 10:54, it fell apart for a minute there. So what if the entry time, I take it all the way back down here and I say, no more trades after that time. Simulate this buy. Here we go. All right, let's compare now. Let's compare apples to apples. Knock that off. So, well, things that we can see that we did here. One, we went from 5,400 trades to 2,500 trades. We went from a 3-cent spread there to a 2-cent spread there. All right. I don't put a lot of stock into the strategy return, to be honest. In fact, I put 0 stock into that. But what I did notice is this. This is where some really juicy info comes in. Look at the most winning days and most losing days. Look at the most winning days and look at the most losing days. Pretty interesting. Now let's bring up this daily and compare it to this daily. Pretty interesting. No? Pretty interesting stuff here. We extended winners. All right. We did extend a loser here too. We also cut some losers out though also. So now all of a sudden we could use a time of day filter and we could do this. Ready? I could say no, strategy 1 here. All right. Configure time of day. Time of day. And I can say add that filter, and I want you to stop scanning after. So what is that? 60 minutes, 70, 80, 84 minutes after the open. I don't want you to do any more scanning now. All right. And Plaza, give me a second. I'll circle back on some stuff. We covered a lot of ground here. All right. And so now I've got this version 1 of this. All right. Right here. Let's duplicate this now. And I think this, I kind of had a thought here, and I think this might help some of you a little bit here and give some ideas. All right. So now we've got this version here. All right. And we're going to get rid of that time of day filter here. All right, give me 1 second to finish my thought that I'm doing, and then we're going to come back into this. I'm going to catch you up there, Plaza. All right, configure. Wow, it's almost 1 o'clock already. Time flies. Do I need to ask Barry for a few more minutes?
Christopher, you can have as many minutes as you want.
Sorry, I kind of got off on a tangent here with this, building this VWAP scanner and showing how we could use the optimization tab, where we could create a multi-window of the same window and say, all right, I only want you to scan this time to this time when it seems to work well, and then don't scan for a while on the second scan, only scans this time to this time. And so it's the same scan, but using the time of day filter to cut out the junky hours, essentially, in a multi-window.
Right. What I was going to ask you, though, if you ever stop, is that I wanted to ask you about your CMT. And I know you're just getting into it. You haven't had your first course, or you haven't written your first stage exam yet. But I'm just really curious to see right now, how is it helping you, and what ultimately do you expect to get out of it? But we can do that later.
All right. Remind me when give me till like 105. I think I can get this all covered by 105, and then we can ping back and forth with that there. Because definitely I'd like to talk about it.
Okay. You're on again.
Thanks, Barry. All right, so we're going to label this one here, time of day, 84 minutes. All right. So there we go with that one. So, all right, the Plaza, this is what we did here. Essentially, Rev asked about a view op scan. I started to build one, and then I said, let's go into some optimization because we can't take a data sample from today and in this market of what we're looking at, but we can go back, and even though it's only 64 days, it gives us a little better shot at it. And then once we went into the optimization, I saw in the time of day filter of that sometimes a day are going to work better than others. And so we could see in the original back test of this that after 84 minutes, it falls apart for a bit. So we've taken a version of this where at 84 minutes, it stops scanning. Now we're going to back test the original one again here. We'll simulate that by, it's wide open, all right? And we're going to look at time of day again and see what other time of day we might want to cut out and have the scan from X time to X time. So, whoops, no, this was not the original, and I did this all wrong. That has the time of day. Configure, and backtest. All right. Now let's see. Now let's open this wide back. Open it wide up again. All right. And so here we go. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a multi-window and share that out with you folks. And then you can go back and adjust any of this. Maybe you're not going to want to cut out certain times of the day, but we're going to end up probably making 3 alert windows out of the same alert window using the time of day filter, putting it in a multi-window, and it'll be less alerts in what we think is more of the quality of times. If a swing is generally a day or 2, these days, would you back test tomorrow plus a day, for example? Right. I mean, yeah, I would say based on whatever time frame that I'm looking to get out of it, yes. If you're looking to try to make it a little short, maybe in a nicer environment, you're going, a +2 or +3 days. And in this not so nice environment, you're doing it like that, doing it the way you just said there, tomorrow plus a day. All right. So back to optimization, time of day. Let's get back to a 5-minute interval. All right. And so we just cut out on the scan we made, anything past here essentially was cut out. All right. Let's see now. Actually, this still looked good right there to that 59. So I'm going to go in and adjust this actually. History, so 84, 89 minutes. Let's change that to 89 minutes here. 89 minutes. Okay. I knew what you meant. So, all right. So we got that. Now we can see that time frame doesn't look so good, but all of a sudden we look really good from 11:35 until 11:49. All right. So let's got to do some math in my head again. We're going to duplicate this here because we want to keep that as the master one. Where's duplicate? All right. There's duplicate. And we said from 11:35, I should not have gotten rid of that backtest window. Backtest again. And hopefully you all see what I'm doing here with this. To take the same scan and make it more quality based on time anyways right now. And in 3 months from now, this may look nothing like it does currently, but we won't know. Okay, so configure time of day. Search. Time of day, add that filter, and let's get back to optimization. Putting that as a placeholder for right now. There we go, time of day. 5. Enter. All right, so we want to go 11:35. So that's 2 hours and 5 minutes after the open. So that's 125. So we don't want to start this till 125 minutes after the open, and we're going to end it, what did we say? 11:49. So we're just adding 10, 15. So 139. All right. Now let's watch this on a back test. Also, let me label it. $125 to $139. Back test. Look at what that did to the scan. All right. So we're taking the best time frames and creating alert windows out of those, essentially. And then we cut out again after that. And from the look of this, I think we should not rerun this scan again till, let's say, 1:15. So 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. That's 180. I want to get rid of that. I want to duplicate here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, well, I'll have to fix that in a minute. Where'd you go, window? There we go. That's what I want. All right. So let's see. Time of day filter again. Configure. Search. Time of day. Add that filter. So what are we saying here? Got it on my other screen, trying to do the math in my head here. I think 225 on. We're going to go 225 on. And so time of day after 225. Time of day. You guys just hear me thinking out loud at this point. And let's see, let's back test that. And while that's happening, I'm going to bring in a multi-window, and not as nice. Well, not as nice as I thought it was going to be. Now it's recovering. We're going to bring in a new multi-window over here. And so we could probably get this a little better, but I think you all get the point of the exercise. So I've led you to the water. All right. So probably some stuff we could do to make that better. All right. Now we're going to collaborate, copy, strategies, new strategy, collaborate, paste, and collaborate, copy, strategies, new strategy, collaborate, and paste. And last but not least, collaborate, copy, strategies, new strategy, collaborate, and paste. All right, now properties, columns, text headers. What do I need to do here? What am I missing? Columns, I think we look all right there. Borders, actions. Let's save and share this to the cloud. And we'll call it VWAP time of day. Save and share. And there you have it, sports fans. Configure. How do I change the name of the multi-window? I can't remember anymore. So, all right, there you have it, sports fans. We built that out. It looked like there's some promise in that window. And remember, no window is going to alert gems all day long. So what we did was we tried to cut the fat out of one window. And now we will have a multi-window that's alerting what appeared to be the most quality of times in that. Yeah, you're very welcome. And, I hope everybody that was here for that can not just take that scan, but take that exercise that we just did. And another way to think outside the box of using the software to bring us more quality ideas. And you could do that with any scan. You might have a scan that you're like, boy, this alerts some good stuff at this time of the day, and then not at this time of the day, and then at this time of the day. And you could essentially take a multi-window. Instead of multi-windows just throwing you more alerts because you just have more alert windows in it, this can throw you actually less alerts with more windows in it that are more quality based on anything. It doesn't have to just be time of day. You could coordinate off by price even. You might have a strategy that works good at a price point of $1 to $10, and it falls apart from $10 to $20, and then it works great at $10 to $20 to $30, and so on and so forth. And so the same window, same filter, same alert may just work best if we're able to cut out the fat of those time periods or price periods that don't work well.
Chris, let me just pop in here. To change the name, you just right-click and go to Properties, and then there's the window name. That's on the multi-strategy window.
Oh, geez, I couldn't even see it. I knew you'd come in and save me. So
it's not intuitive. That's the reason. It's not intuitive.
No, I knew it wasn't. It's just like doing the columns isn't intuitive on this.
Exactly.
And honestly, I never use multi-windows. I might now. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah. And, I never backtest. I never backtest anymore, but
I do it because it's a video game to me. I have all my video game consoles next to, embedded in my trading setup, and I never play them. I always end up just backtesting Windows as a video game.
Yeah. Well, by the time I'm done this, I just have no time. And I last thing I want to do, because as you know, backtesting is painstaking. I've seen some of the comments, and I spent 7 to 8 hours backtesting something. And as you know, Chris, you can backtest something for 7 to 8 hours, get it all done correctly as you think it should work, and then it gives you a couple of days of great, and then all of a sudden, hey, what happened? Now you go back to the drawing board. So it's a
Exactly.
real,
I did it
a
with a cross
real.
alert, and Jamie and I tested it. We tested it live. It back tested. It had this unbelievable win rate. It had 1,000 filters in it and all this stuff like that. And we put it live, and the first day it was like we were just buying one share in E-Trade, and then it made like $10 in one day, which was like, holy cow, you know, buying one share at a time, unbelievable. And then the next day it made like $3, and then it went on to like 8 losing days in a row, and that was the end of it.
Exactly. Exactly. So you've got to be super diligent. I mean, you have to really like to do this stuff, and you have to have the time. I mean, you have to have the time, and you know, two things I don't have. I'm not diligent enough, and I don't have the time. So
Yeah, I don't
it's
have
just
the.
that
I'm the
simple.
same thing on continuously doing it. Once
Yeah.
I've got it to a certain point, I'm like, all right, I don't want to look at you ever again.
So
So,
Chris, let me ask you again, interesting that you're taking your CMT. So up to this point, how do you feel this has helped you? And ultimately, how do you think it's going to help you?
so the big one more for what we do on shorter term, whether it's intraday trading or swing trading, is now really understanding how these indicators work, what the real difference is between an EMA and an SMA, and how VWAP is used, especially by institutions for scaling in and out of big positions, and how we can see large amounts of volume come into a security, but there's no movement in the price action. So, like, just to give an example here, SMAs have what's called a drop-off effector because it only looks back the period, whatever it is, whether it's a 10 period or 20 period, 200 period, whatever it is, where an EMA doesn't just look back its period. It includes all the periods behind the period by taking the actual EMA of the day before the period starts and incorporating that overall EMA into it moving forward and giving each period inside the period a weighting. And
Okay.
so it really helped me understand what I'm looking at on these indicators and why EMAs react much faster than SMAs. And then, we have all these items inside Trade Ideas, average directional index, trying to think of, Fibonacci's, all these things like that. And I really, I struggled to understand those for years. It was also one of those things where I started to understand a few indicators, whether it be RSI or EMAs or SMAs. And I kind of just said, all right, well, I understand those. That's good enough. And I became ignorant of all these other items that we have, all these other data points. And now the CMT between the book and the course that I'm using has really started to explain those in a way that I can understand them, articulate them, and then understand how to actually use them if I so chose to use them. And so it makes me a little more useful around here when someone's asking questions about them, instead of saying, oh, well, I don't use them. You have to, Wikipedia. Well, I'm still, or Investopedia or whatever. And while I'm still going to probably send people in that direction, I can at least give a confident explanation of it to get someone started in an understanding of these things, if that's a direction that they want to go. So that's the immediate, Trade Ideas benefits from it, and Trade Ideas users benefit from it. Just those couple of examples. And then,
I
every
mean,
one of
really,
us
the
has
bottom line though
retirement
has to
plans.
be, how are you going to make money doing it? I mean, that truly, we can. I'm certainly not denigrating CMTs and see anything like that, but how are we going to make money doing it? And finally, understanding what the difference between an EMA and SMA, and really diving into what RSI means, and like all, as you say, all the indicators that we have. Now using it to make money.
Well, my next goal with that, then, to make money with it, is helping Michael create scans in the Market Explorer.
Okay.
Having two of us to be able to make those, and then being able to, we've seen the back test that Michael can run on those and put that data forward, and then from there. Now, whether it does ever actually translate to making money, that'll be between the people that request the scans and trade those scans. I think we've seen, we have the 820 gapper in there. It doesn't really do a whole lot on that. I mean, I don't know if it can be refined better or not. I haven't gotten to that point of the math yet.
I think the problem right now, of course, is that it's not customizable. I'm not just talking the 820.
Right.
Right now, it's just not, it's like the RBI GBI, just not customizable enough, so I never use it. And so when I was looking at the 820 crosses, just getting too many, and
They're
I mean,
mostly
it
on
just
gap downs. That's the other
and
issue too.
yeah, exactly. So
So being able to understand all that now through the CMT side of how, every indicator is price and volume. That's really it. That's basically every indicator. But understanding how that works, now I get this math broken down for me. And as I learn to use these spreadsheets and be able to put that in, Michael can build stuff. I can come in and make a second version of it. We have requests for other things. I'll be able to. Now this is, down the line. This isn't next month, but assuming that we're all here in the next, 6 to 12 months, I'll be able to start to dive in. And when
I'll be
people
here.
have, people have requests, I'll be able to start to jump in on those requests with Michael and be able to create these scans. And all of a sudden, and while it's still not customizable, instead of we're at one person really building those scans. Now it becomes two people, and
Right.
doubling the amount that we can put out with those things. And on the business side of trade ideas, the more scans we can put out for that are requested like that, all of a sudden, instead of saying, no, we don't have that scan, then fine, no, I won't subscribe. Yes, now we have that scan. And yes, you do want to subscribe on that end of it. The other end of it that I'd say is no real bearing to trade ideas unless we can start to really either back test stuff way out further with the regular software, or if we somehow can open up the Market Explorer to more users, is a lot more long-term items. I'm looking at a lot of these indicators that people have never heard that I'm all of a sudden interested in on much longer term bases, such as cycle theory and waves, essentially.
Mhm.
I kind of forget who the what it is now.
Elliott Wave, you mean?
Elliot Wave. Thank you. Yes, I couldn't think of his name. So many of these different names that I have to remember now.
Right.
And at first, I still say that a lot of it's nonsense, to be honest, because if something doesn't work, just zoom out further and change how you're marking the wave up. And then then sometimes it makes sense to me, and I am seeing different things. Especially, I've been doing a lot of longer term look on the SPY and the Qs and things like that. And for my own long term or retirement account type of stuff like that, I like the look of it. I want to put it into practice. As you said, I'm a couple of months still out from the first exam, but it certainly opened up my thinking on a lot of. I had a very narrow view of short-term stuff, and I didn't understand how to get my head around a lot of that. And now I start to get my head around that, and hopefully that will all equal me making money, if nothing else.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, because obviously Michael took it, and it took how long did it take? About 2 years, or I suppose
You
it
could take
depends
an
on how fast
exam. I
you want to
believe
go.
it's every 6 months you can get the exams out. They do them in June and December. So I'll take
Okay.
my one in June. I think that will go well. I mean, some of it's been tough, but I don't see myself failing that. And then that goes well, I'll jump right into level two. Hopefully, I'll take that in December, and then I don't know if I'll take 6 months off to give myself a little extra studying for level three. It's
That
it's a
is a top
lot to
level.
take. Yes, yeah,
Level three is a top level. Okay.
that's the last one. And I haven't done math like this in a long time, and so some of it I've had to do refresher courses on a lot of it, just to remind myself of some real simple algebra essentially. And I
Hmm.
just want to make sure I don't push it and rush it because these things cost money, and
Yeah,
I don't want to have to take the test twice essentially because you have to wait six
exactly.
months if you fail it. So that's
Okay.
that. So I think I talked your ear off and taken all your time up here.
That's okay. I'm watching NKTX right now. So if you want to take off, that's great. Thanks for the extended, wow, 117. So the extended version of Chris Farley in our YouTube room. And he'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30, correct?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will,
Okay.
sir. All right. So I'm looking at NT, and I already traded a couple of times. I paid for dinner tonight and tomorrow night already. I'm thinking about doing
Perfect.
it again. So, all
Okay.
right. Thanks, Barry, and I'll see you in a couple of hours.
Okay, Chris. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, I'm back. I had a little chat with Chris in our YouTube room. And the NKTX. It's trying every time, and then it gets hit by a little bit of a selling, so not quite ready yet, I guess. music on. Here we go. All right, so it got up to 1641. My feeling is that if it can take up that 1641 again on big volume, this is, of course, I'm looking at Sky H here, but the NKTX, it could have that little run. It's basing beautifully at 16 right now. You know, the longer it holds at 16, even though it pops up and comes right back down, as long as it doesn't come back like down to like 15 or something, it'll give, you know, people who are interested in this one some confidence that it could maybe hold 16. And what else? Wow, DWAC just cratering here. DWAC. So what is the next low looking left on that monthly chart is, of course, this was a SPAC, so that's a little misleading. It's, you know, a $10, the SPAC price is usually. So really, this is kind of an all-time low when it was actually DWAC. Yeah, Dak, I'm biding my time on this NKTX. Every time it takes that pop, you know, until it stops selling off, I'm not interested in it. So is that 100% confirmed regarding Twitter? As yeah, and DOGE surging. Huh. Yeah, so again, here it is. But the deal could also collapse at the last minute. So just because, you know, this could happen, the deal could also collapse at the last minute. So just got to be aware of that. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, oops, I better get rid of the unmute. I'm not on mute obviously anymore. But yeah, the reason I'm just throwing, you know, putting some caution here is because people are thinking, well, it's a done deal. Keep reading about a done deal. I'm not singling out anybody in this room, okay? And the deal is supposed to be at 54. So you're looking at this saying, well, what's the risk? It's at 51. It's going to be done at 54. Why don't I just take as much as I can? And then all of a sudden, news comes out. You know what? They run into a snag, and it's not going to happen, and it drops $10. Okay, so that's the issue, okay? That I'm just trying to caution people that, yeah, it looks like it's going to happen, but just be, you know, be aware there are still risks. I don't actually remember the CNT lab, but I'll take your word for it. But yeah, it can happen, of course. Listen, guys, I was personally I was affected by something like that many, many years ago, and I'll never forget it. Okay, what time is it now? 1:24. So just looking to see if anything is happening here on my option scanner, just the two. The DOGZ, yeah, that's so the alert happened at 4:10. Maybe it got up to 4:36. Not terrible, but I wasn't really that interested in it because I mean for what happened on Friday is still in people's minds, and the fact that I refuse to believe it was just going to recover completely. All right, and just again, I have my alerts, my price alerts. I have one at just over 16 and one around 16.30. I want to see. We need some volume though. Need some volume. Need a big like a burst like that. Okay, see how the volume is decreasing on that 2-minute chart as the stock continues to just drift down. And all of a sudden, we don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Not really. No TRD. I don't really know. Good to cancel. To me, it's good to cancel. I think I've had one overnight and the next day. You'd have to, but don't take my word for it. You better good to cancel. Anybody with IB experience, when it says good to cancel, will that carry for how many days forward will that carry? Okay, this is the fascinating one. This is the fascinating one, the NKTX. I'm just waiting to see. But again, remember the last time this popped, huge, it got up to 17, what, 85 or 1738, and it dropped almost in a heartbeat. So if you're going to do this, please take fewer shares than you might normally do because, it could go right through any sort of a stop that you think you might want to get out at. All right, CYN is having a bit of a comeback now, guys. This CYN is now above Friday's high. And the next high looking left is 267. That, of course, is above that. 268. It's above that. So now we're talking. Really, it must be something weird here. 369. 369 is the next high looking left for CYN. Another low float situation. Very active stock, of course. All right, there it is back over, back over 16. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Is this finally the time? So are you saying 60 days or 90 days? Is that what you're saying? On the good to cancel? I really don't have any idea, but is that what you're saying, Ija? Oh, this NKTX, guys, can it keep going? Can it keep going? That's the volume. Volume increasing, starting to increase here on the on the 2 minute chart. A little bit on the five. You can see that volume. Look at the volume on the 5 minute chart compared to the previous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 30 minutes. Yemi, hello. Good morning or afternoon, depending where you are. Still morning for me. TTNP, activist chatter. Let's take a look at this one. TTNP under $1. Fairly low float, 12 million. Looks like it could easily stall right around that 105 mark. Yeah, I'm in the west coast of Canada, yes. All right, Pepe, why don't you expand on that? Other reasons why a good to cancel, maybe, I mean, obviously margin, I don't know. I mean, there could be other reasons, but in general, I guess, other special reasons, it'll be held there for 90 days. Nice, Darren. I'm in Vancouver. All right, well, inch by inch, guy. Well, not quite inch by inch, maybe dime by dime for the NKTX. Do not walk away from your computer if you took this one. Okay, I've just taken some out because, I just don't want to see this thing collapse on me. So I've taken some out, so I've like a protective sell order, if you will, to make sure I lock in some profit on the NKTX. It was all about the volume that came in. Now, I mean, if this takes out this high later on, 1758, I don't know, well, the way I think traders think, this could really start to rip. I'm not saying it's going to happen, of course, but that's why you just set a price alert and you forget about it. And if it happens, yeah, the TBLT, I don't know if our provider has adjusted yet for that one. Yeah, it still hasn't adjusted. Yeah, well, when I was looking at this morning, it was up 12,000%. It's only up 7,900%, but it really isn't. Okay, it's a 1 for 150 reverse split. So just divide 150 into 14, you get less than a dime. Meanwhile, the other crazy one that put an alert here, guys. That the Sky H, Sky SKYH, put an alert at the high of the day, 1116. It's another crazy one. If it takes out that high, it'll get traded. It'll trigger on a lot of scans, not just obviously trade ideas people have this, but there are other, believe it or not, other people out in the world that have access to stocks that make new highs of the day. So a lot of other traders could get involved. The next high looking left, I believe, was 1180, and it got to 1118. So there would still be some room. But again, traders are also looking at not that long ago. This is March 18th. What are we now? April 25th. So a little over a month ago, for whatever reason, this hit $43. I don't even remember why I did it. I mean, there's probably no real reason. I can't remember. I think based on this, I guess I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into SKYH or was this a true IPO. Just can't remember anymore. Again, guys, be careful on the NKTX if you're in it. Boy, yeah, DWAC just continues to crater here. Of course, on the Twitter news, I mean, it's just cratering. Not shortable. I don't know if it was shortable for me earlier. I don't know if was shortable for me earlier in the day. Oh, getting closer. I'm just as I said that, getting closer to that 17, the magic 17. All right, so what is the SPY doing? SPY had a little bit of a rally here, little bit of a rally. Yeah, the NAS, wow, NAS is actually almost neutral. Now, this is what I did. See if I can, did I save it to the cloud? I can't remember if I saved this to the cloud. No, okay, so just give me a moment here. Well, I just made the cardinal sin. I created, what I wanted to do is create that layout from the channel bar, the change from the open of the sectors. And I can't believe I didn't save it to the cloud. Really? You know what I did? I accidentally exited out instead of, I thought I minimized it. Oh, well, I'll do it again. You know what's coming back is Alcoa, AA. Look at Alcoa. After being thumped earnings play, Alcoa is even coming back here, AA. All right, let me see if that video is out. Finally, our dollar is weakening a little bit against the US dollar. Yeah, you can probably go to, no, I'll say it like this. You can probably go to 10 different websites and get 10 different floats for NKTX, okay? So this is what our provider has. Can't really comment on anymore. These stocks that have low floats, when they probably didn't reverse splits in the past, and sometimes it's hard to get a real handle on what the float is. So that's all I can say, Ryan. Okay. If you went to another website, you might find something else. For instance, if you go to FinViz and you'll see 29 million in the float. So sometimes it's really, really hard. Okay, go to FinViz. Let's just show you what I'm talking about. See, FinViz has 29 million in the float for NKTX. I don't know what the real answer is. I honestly don't. I mean, I'm not just talking NKTX but happens all the time though. There, yeah, there it is, positive. I mean, I was only halfway joking when I said it wouldn't surprise me if this went positive, the GOSS, after that tremendous comeback when it took out the high right there of 8. That was the pre-market high of 8. Boy, look at that. I mean, it takes out the pre-market high of 8 and just ran. So, you can build something around. We don't have an alert that will alert you, like a real-time alert when something takes out the pre-market high or on the way down, the pre-market low. But you can build something that shows you stocks that are very close, which can be just as good. You can create a top list. And look at it now, man, oh man. You can create a top list and which will show you stocks, say within 2% of the pre-market high, and you can monitor it then. Sometimes it's even better to see stocks that are getting close to the pre-market highs instead of the actual break, because sometimes if they break, maybe they break so quickly that it's sort of after the fact. But if you can prepare yourself, for that pre-market break using a top list so that it hasn't quite broken, that might even be better. All you have to do is just create a top list window and then use the filter. Select alerts and just type in pre, and you'll see, you can actually have it below the pre-market high. What I would do, I just use the position in the pre-market range, add the filter, and if you wanted to see something that's really, really close, you could go 97.99 as an example. That'll be within 1 to 3% of the pre-market high. So you could put 97 in the max, 97 in the min, and just see what sort of results you'll get. You probably will get too many results, but that's not the worst thing either. Hopefully that makes sense. In fact, why don't, just for fun, create one? New top list window. I don't know. I used to have something like this a long time ago, but I didn't really. Okay, if it's going to do that, I'll keep it. I don't care about earnings, of course. I don't care about any of this. I'll tighten my price range to between 1 and 50. Okay, what do I have now? 100,000 shares. Okay, it'll be over 100, but minimum, because maybe it happens early in the day. And now, position, just type in position. Actually, don't type in pre. Okay, position in pre-market. Add the filter. I'll start off with, say, 95, 99. Again, English language, it's going to tell you. Okay, that'll be between 1 and 5% of the pre-market high as we have it right now. So let me just type in, give it a name. Close to pre-market high. And let's just see and you could of course do the same thing, close to pre-market low, just put it the reverse, but let's just do this. So for instance, this is what we get. Let me make sure that's correct. Actually, a few that yeah, so that looks like the pre-market high. So what I want to do now is I'm going to just get up that volume a bit. Maybe make it 300K. And then also, I want to add the column. Because now what I can do, wait a minute, just want to add that column, get rid of some columns I don't care about. And now I'm going to get rid of, I don't care about the earnings date. I don't care about the sector. I don't care about the change from the close, volume today percent, consecutive days. I'll keep relative volume in. I don't care about that average. I don't care about that. Okay, maybe I will just keep in the change from the open or add the change from the open. Percent, show the column. Okay, now let's take a look. Now what I do is I sort on this, the position from the pre-market. So you can see right there now, EBR is still slightly underneath the pre-market high. Now you see just slightly underneath it. Let's see if there's one a little more interesting. Now there's the pre-market high right there, just slightly underneath it or right at it, for SGML with mankind. Yeah, so it's right there. I mean, it's you can see it's right there, 333, 337. So it's basically right there. So you can, if you're interested in looking at stocks that are near the pre-market high, this is a little scan you can use. I'll pop that in. Again, I don't really pay too much attention to that, but I know some will. Okay, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. And there's the NKT. That's what I'm saying, guys. You got to really pay attention to something like that. I'm done with it now, but I'm still interested if it takes out this high over here later on, because we know what could happen. It could just explode through, but I'm done with it now. All right, what is happening here in the momentums? TCDA, what are you doing? TCDA have it. TCDA, a little bit of a pop. But the problem again is just look left, and 1165 is right there. So I don't know. I don't think it's. I think it could easily stall in this area. I got the alert, so I have to, of course, check it to see what it looks like on a chart, and I don't like it. Okay, guys, yeah, NKTX, it's a very, very difficult one. Very difficult, NKTX. Choppy, up, down, up, down, up, down. So again, I just have some price alerts set up here. I think I'm around 1666 and at the 17 level, just to see if it takes it out later. What is the price of oil right now? The answer is, here we go. So Brent is still just a little bit above $1. WTI just under. But some nice, but some definitely some good percentage drops. Hmm. Well, I'll show you this one. There's some volume coming in. Of course, this is this is a lot more wild than NKTX, but there's the Indo, some volume coming in. INDO, crazy low float, less than 2 million in the float. Keep an eye on CRGE from Zach. Yeah, this can get crazy, even though the float is not crazy low at all. 150 million in the float. Boy, it doesn't trade very much, does it? 382,000 is like almost 9 times normal. Now it's a little bit skewed because of this, what happened a few days ago, but all right. Remember we looked at that CYN just a little while ago. It looked pretty interesting, and then the drop. So you got to be so careful. These low float, well, any stock right now. I don't care what stock. I don't care if it's high float, low float, mid-size float. Just be careful. Oh, I just heard Ruby, R-U-B-Y. Again, I don't think much of it really. I think that, well, I guess if you look at a monthly chart, monthly high is 618. Yeah, the monthly high is 618. So it's fell on, the last few weeks, it's just been dropping and dropping. So the next time the weekly chart is $1.98. After that is 308. So, I mean, if it can somehow get through two, it's got some room, Ruby. And this is, oh, that's right. That's somebody on the board, I think, bought $43,000 worth. That was it. That was the big news for Ruby. $43,000 worth, a director. Ugh, I lost sight of it. I lost sight of HBK. It wouldn't have been easy, but actually right there, great little break over 30 right there in that 15-minute chart. A little $3 run. All right, so here's what you can do. Is that right? Well, 4 o'clock. Now we're starting to get our data at 4. So Eastern time, of course. So the high, man, the high was $40. Well, let's put a high here or something here, 36.64. Let's just take a look here. That could have just been like 2 shares or something. Hasn't quite gone positive. What did it close at? Closed at $38 or so on Friday. Give me a moment. I'm just going to switch headsets. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, this HBK is just inching up here. Boy, it takes out that little high there. I mean, I know the pre-market high was 40, but that might have been on like hardly any shares. Did they just pump it now, Maxim, QNRX? I mean, they did have some, the news this morning was FDA clearance to start testing of their lotion for a rare skin disorder. Okay, so that's one. And now JNP Securities. Okay, no, that's not it. I don't see the Maxim, but that's okay. No, the NKTX is just plain ugly. All right, so is that little Twitter news that you just posted there, Jimmy Five? If that is, of course, correct, is he DWAC popping a little bit? What a game this is. Kicking myself for not keeping tabs of this HPK. That's a great little break right there. Mid 30s, not mid, well, 30, 50 or so. Do I remember W Dog? I do remember W Dog, WD Dog. Oh, you're talking about a poster from way back. Sort of. Yeah. W Dog. Yeah, yeah. Not in this room, of course. Nobody knows. You're talking about Tyler's room. Mm-hmm. Doctors, yep. Come on, Zach. Don't be a tease here. Which one? Newtonix? NTNX? Seen this one for a long time. Newtonix. Next high looking left is 2642. Oh, NKTX. Oh, Is it really? Is it coming back? I do have a thumbnail. Yeah, I do have a thumbnail. 15. Boy, that's a tough one. But got some alerts set way up here. See if it breaks right through all that. So did the float a little over 4 times, about 4.3 times, I guess. Okay, here's another one. You might want to put an alert. Again, these are very risky, but SWVL, set an alert right around 8, a little over 8. Okay, you can see what's happening here on that 15-minute chart. You can kind of see that if it took out this 8 level on volume, pushing it a bit, you never know what could happen. Yes, and that is the SWVL. Man, I haven't seen this one in a long time. GILD. All right, now that I have some time here, I'm going to go through that exercise again with my dock channel bar and the sector status. I can't believe I didn't save it. So yeah, it's all great in the pre-market to see the stocks, all the major sectors, what they're doing with regards to the previous day's close. But once the market opens, it's probably more important to check to see what they've done from the open. So I am going to, okay, I'm going to click on change from the open, and then that's what it's going to be. So now that percentage is from the change from the open, okay? And I'm going to go through each one of these. Oops. And I'm going to sort on that change from the open, because it's a completely different picture. Things could be still, down from the previous day's close, but recovering, and you wouldn't really know that. Meanwhile, Redbox is absolutely exploding again, guys. Redbox, RDBX. Okay, now we've got a different look. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate this window. Make sure. Yep. Okay. Now I'm going to change the title. Sector. Now I'm going to save it. Minute. Okay, so now this is what I was using, during the day just to show, well, what truly is happening. Now, I mean, look at technology. I mean, at the beginning of the day, that was probably just about zero. Okay, no companies were above the yesterday's close, but look how technology is recovering, and you can just see. Look at the NAS. Is now the NAS has actually gone positive. Okay, as an example. Now I can just make sure here. There it is. Okay. Now I can bring that at any time back at any time. Boy, I mean, look at the room this has got. We talked about this one last week because of all the room it's got. Now the next high looking left, this meaning RDBX. I mean, and it took out that high right there, which is 362. It's done that today, and now look left, and what do we see? 521. Boy, oh boy. All right, guys, this is driving me crazy. I'm gonna have to change my headset again. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. And what is so the float for RDBX is very low, 8.8 million in the float. What a run it's been on though. It's had just a pause on Friday, really. I mean, it came all the way from 176, so this would have been Wednesday Thursday and then Friday is that little red candle, but it's not like it really dropped. It just didn't really move. Even Netflix is just not right now anyway, wanting to give up 200. It is even having a little bit of a lift here after this big pullback. Many, about 3 hours or so, a little pullback, 3 hours. So RDBX just made another new high, and the NKTX, look out. Look out. But I reiterate, be really careful. I mean, look at that. I mean, I got all the way down to 15 something. There's a $1.50 move. Yeah, SPY is a little healthier. You're absolutely right. My guess is we're probably at one point anyway. Certainly the Dow looks like it's going to go positive. NAS is positive. You know, whether that remains positive, anybody's guess, but you know, that at least maybe today, it just complete, you know, indiscriminate selling today at least is a little bit over today. What you'd want to see if you're watching this one, you'd want to see, look at that 2 minute volume bar right there. You want to see something like that. You don't want to see dwindling volume. Okay, that's not what you want to see. You want to see something like at least like that and more like that. So really pop it through all of this. And WVD, I mean, it pulled back, but it is now moving along with Netflix, with Twitter on the mind. Alcoa's just had a great $4 run. Look at Alcoa from here, 63, 64 to 68. Still there's the high of Friday, 73. So it got close to the 200-day area. No, not really that close. 62. The 200-day is 57.50. So kind of close a little bit, I suppose, but not quite there. I guess it all depends on what your definition of normal is, PJ. It's a little dig. Looking at Kara here. Kara, what a wow. Just look left under Kara here, and the next low is 1080. So this still has room to move down. This is just showing up in my losers. But of course, gotta just really keep paying attention to NKTX. See if it gets the volume just to burst it right through everything. Well, that doesn't seem right, BJ, I suppose. Anyway, I don't want to get into that, as you know. Guys, I'm just watching the NKTX. It may not happen at all, but it could happen so quickly. I just want to be ready for it if it does. That's all. 2:30 now, so I've got another about half hour on the mic. HBK guys, looks like, oh man, sorry. This HBK is also breaking. HBK is also breaking, it's taking out that high right there, I believe. 3384, 3387. Another crazy, crazy one. So close. NKTX. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Actually, going anywhere. I'll have to put myself on mute just for a minute here. All right, guys. So I traded out of this again. I mean, this is just hair raising, really. Watching to see if this would take out that 17. So again, I'm just going to stick another alert at 1691, 1690, and see if it takes those two highs out on the 2 minute. And then finally has a nice continuation. The HBK did take out that high now. Not the high of the day, but actually it might be a high of the day. No, there's the opening candle. So the high at 35.49. But what a comeback. There was $7 right there from the bottom. All right, guys, I think my mouse is starting to die. Just give me a moment here. Okay, I just switched mice. Let me just recharge this one. Oh man, this just inching its way up. What is the spread like? I know the spread was really tough earlier, HPK. I mean, it's 20 cents. I mean, it's not crazy bad. It is a 20-cent spread right now for the HPK. What's going on with Veru? Probably nothing. I mean, I know it's been active. Probably last time I looked, it was moving down. Now it's moving up. It's just a trading stock. I shouldn't say that. They actually did have some news. I'm just noticing here. Um, so highlights presentation of phase two, and then so they did have some news today. Okay, you just have to look at the news. Forget HBK. You're no fun. But you're right. Let's see now. Viru. So the next high looking left is, let's see, 13, 1445, 1445. Takes that out, and then it's got 1750. There's the high. So if it takes out that 1445, boy, it's got a shot, doesn't it? I'm going to stick an alert up there and see if it takes it out on some volume. Volume is picking up. You can just look at that 15-minute chart. The volume is increasing. Time is at 2:36, so it has another 3.5 minutes to close this volume, that candle. All right, round 10 for NKTX. You can really take out 17. Cat and mouse right now at 17 for NKTX. I think we got our answer so far. Well, this is kind of fun, guys. Okay. I mean, don't be afraid to trade it. Look at what I've been doing all day with this. Starting in the pre-market for the NKTX. It's funny, I didn't have a hotkey on it, but I guess I've got nimble fingers. I don't know. I was able to do what I wanted to do. That's okay, Dak. I knew what you meant. All right, guys, it is 2:39, getting closer to the end of my time on the mic. So before I do mute myself, the room will be open until 3:30. Last look at my homepage, all the stuff you can find in my homepage. Yeah, other than live sports, I'm not sure what I would do. But I guess you could even stream, get one of those subscriptions and stream your favorite sport. All right, so click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll find. You'll see, first of all, well, get rid of this. This is what you'll see. Now, remember, you should probably, if you're not on the latest beta, I would definitely download the latest beta. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll up till you see download. To see what you're on, just click on help and about, and it'll tell you what version you're on. All right, this is a development version, so you don't have access to this 0.77, but you do have access to. Keep scrolling down, and here is the latest beta. I would recommend you take a look at that. Where am I? All right, if you just started, and here, of course, you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on this great Get Trade Ideas. You'll see the different plans we have. If you're starting out with Trade Ideas, I mean, this is why it's called Let's Get Started. Please look at this. It's about 30 minutes long. It's segmented into 10 different areas, starting off with the download and installation. Okay, so do yourself a favor and take a look at that. And 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, there's not really the recommendation was to go just stay in cash. There was not one stock. Look at this go now, guys. The NFLX, the NKTX. Oh man, stock of the day video. I know that's I did this. I did it on NKTX, and you can sign up for it here. And education, all the education is here. including, of course, our great user guide. The daily support session, so Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room. So before I log off the main room, I'll put the link in so you can head over there if you want to listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. And the daily webinars, there is one today. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. And last, the back to basics, okay? The back to basics. And again, this is all free. Michael Noss at Trader Days put this together. It starts off with what is a stock? Obviously, I'm distracted here, guys. Oh man. Okay. I think I said 19 or something was the next high looking left. Not saying it's going to get there. There you guys are. Okay. And I should, sorry guys, obviously, I mean, this NKTX, a lot of action there. So, you need a subscription, of course, if you want my scans. So here are my scans right here. Okay. All my scans I'm sharing are right here. Okay. And you can sign up for the test drive. See when it starts. Okay. Let me just put that link in. Okay, so if you click on the test drive link, there are the dates, okay? And if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So this is what the test drive is all about. You'll have access to our full premium service, except for auto trading, a live account, either the AI or if you had a strategy you wanted to auto trade. Otherwise, you can practice in their simulator auto trading if that's what you want to do. But that's the only thing you won't be able to do, okay? Which of course, I don't think is a big deal because I don't think you should. But that's what it will cost. It'll be $11.11. You'll get 10 trading days. That's when it starts. So if you sign up for today, what you're doing is you're just pre-registering, okay? You're not going to get data until here, that date right there. Okay? I almost, here we go. Well, I'm sorry guys, something is going haywire with my Bluetooth today, so oh, look at this, look at this, look at this for NKTX. Again, the next high looking left. I'm not saying it's getting there. On the month, I mean 2782, that'd be crazy. 1975. And on the weekly chart, that's the same, I think. Yeah, so that's 1783, which is at now. The next highs are 1975 on the weekly chart. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but man, oh man, look at this. And see how the volume picked up? Look at that 50, look at that volume bar right there. That 15 minute. When you look back, that's probably, I don't know if it's bigger than these, but it's our, well, not challenging this one, but obviously the opening 15-minute was the big one. Then we had an hour like this. Then after that, I think this could be the fifth biggest one. And what time is it right now? Yeah, 2:47. So there's no question. I think, well, you know what? What did I just see? The volume was 3.89 million, and the volume here was 3.59 million. Yeah, so this was the fourth biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. On the latest build, Terry, I can't tell you exactly when that happened, but the latest build, the latest beta, maybe last week or 2 weeks ago. You're talking the charts now. Our scanners have been like that for quite a while. It's just the charts weren't, but now the charts are. Look at the SPY. Listen, I don't know how long this is going to last, but hey, NASA's up, Dow's up, SPY is, basically flat. So it's nice to see. Now, how long this lasts, who knows? Yeah, 17 to 81. I mean, that's the reason. The one I saw this morning was 81 from it was Mizuko, and then Wainwright came in at I think 38. Yeah, DWAC is popping for some reason. Yeah, some volume coming in for sure. And what is Twitter doing? Okay, now we're getting some real press releases that I can see, and I think somebody may have posted this, but it does say the DJ press release: Elon Musk to acquire Twitter. So that looks like it. Okay, this better not be fake. Definitive agreement, $54. No, I guess it's basically a done deal. Now, why DWAC is popping on that news, I don't know. Well, it does say Reuters, DJ, Dow Jones, Elon Musk to, and this is it, SI, Street Insider. Well, okay, never mind that. But I mean, it does. Boy, if this is wrong, I see now 5 headlines, all with Elon. And if the initial, what I read this morning, he's putting, I can't remember if it's 21 or $24 billion of his own money into this, and the rest is, I'm sorry, and the rest is other sources. No, I don't know, but it is ripping here. There's no question that this is ripping. BWAC. I mean, there's a lot of volume that's coming in. I don't know. No explanation. Okay, what else is happening? Oh, we know that, Aja. Yeah, it's we're all talking about it in the main room, and we've seen the headlines. Okay, guy. Wow, look at the spy here. I haven't seen a move like this for a few. It seems like years now, but it's not really been as bad as we think. But look at that, nice move. And it's even a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for the spy. Even a red bar ignored. Yeah. So the last time we had that was a big move here in the spy that day, and then a follow up, and then we had the highs up here, and then the massive sell off for those 2 days, the Thursday and Friday. Maybe Elon can buy the spy. Yeah. Yeah, is that what you meant? Okay. How many dollars would that take? All right, guys, it's 2:55, so I'm going to put my announcement in, and I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm here. I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if necessary. Oops. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just going to pop in, put the YouTube link in. Chris will be there in about 5 minutes, probably, maybe sooner. I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. You want to head over there. We're shutting the room down at 3:30 and just managing this NKTX. Man, oh man. Again, I think I put my alert at 19. I think that next time was 19 something. So I have to see. Yeah, round 8, round 10, round 12. Man, oh man. Back on mute. I hear you, Chris. At least I heard you come in.
Whoop, I got muted for some reason. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I was sorry. I was talking to myself apparently.
Okay. You want to take over now?
Yep, I'm ready to go. I get the screen sharing. You're free to go for a nice spring day bike ride. Hopefully it's sunny out your
Thank
way.
you. All right. I can have fun with Twitter. Okay. See you tomorrow, Chris.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Barry. Bye. So I'm back. And the market has bounced hard since I came back. See a nice, I don't know, round trip day from closing 10 points or something like that. Really ridiculous at this point, but you know, it is what it is. Market we got. Not the one I would choose for you all. If I had my way, I'd pick a market that made you all money. But with that said, here we are. So I don't know what we were looking at. NKTX, you know, we were looking at that earlier. That made a nice move finally off of this here. Talked about it hitting that 815, cradled it, and really just held it the entire day. Very nice. The 8.5 struggled a little more. You had some closing candles below that before it could get itself going again. So, you know, they're not magic. But they can help give some direction, some indication. Let's see, my software for killing noise is not working. I don't know what we're all looking at in here at this moment, but let's take a dive around here. XAIR, we discussed that earlier when I popped in. So made that big initial move and really kind of just sitting around now the last couple of hours. There we go. Now my noise canceling is on for my mic. I don't know why it does that. I have to restart it every time. Out of sync with something. All right, so everybody knows about the big deal. Elon Musk is going to fly Twitter to Mars or something, right? Is that what we're doing? Let's bring this up real fast here. Not SPT, SPY. There we go. Well, you know, world hunger, Twitter, you know, close rivals. So there we go again. SPY hitting off that 420 spot. Got just under it, and back up we go. So, I mean, you know, we've seen this tape before. We bounced down here just under 420, and in let's see, 1, 2, 3 days we were back over 440. So we see what can happen. You don't want to be on the wrong side short. You don't want to be on the wrong side long. That's why it's really tough to put on a position and hold any conviction in it right now. You just don't really know what the people that can really push the market around want to do right now. Or I'd say we do know what they want to do. They want to chop everybody to pieces because they make money both ways. They make money when they're slamming you down this way, and they make money when they're dragging you back up this way. And you know, anybody that gets overzealous, you know, talk about this whole shorting and the whole thing, you know, you short back, get back in here, you know, you don't short here, right? You know, you short here, you know, you get short in here somewhere, all right? But when you see this, you know, initial move here, you don't get long here, all right? You know, you get back long here in the same spot you might want to get short. And this way, when you start to see the move develop, you know you're right or wrong quickly, all right? You get short here, you get a violent move, 7 points against you, not so good. And vice versa. You get long here, you get drugged down 10, 11, 12 points just like that. So, know your crowd, and your crowd is one that wants to, like I said, they want all the monies, and they've got their ways to get it. So let's see, what did SKYH end up doing? I lost track of that one. Bring up a chart of that here. So that ended up falling apart. Very interesting. Well, I won't say falling apart because I mean it's up $1.30 on the day still. So I mean anybody, if you'd gotten somewhere in this range here, you're still in the money on it. I don't think it's something most people want to take home for risk, but maybe some people do. I have no idea what they do or anything. I just know that there's a whole lot of volume in it today. Let's see, trading a gajillion times the float here. I mean, there's your float, and it's traded 16.2 million shares with time on the clock still here. So a nice trading vehicle today, but like I said before, it was difficult. That time in sales, or excuse me, that spread on it at times got really ugly. Odd. I don't understand why my buy orders don't show on here, but the sell orders are. I wonder if that's a bug that I got to report. All right, so we're an awfully quiet bunch. Built that alert window earlier today. What else can we do here? Let's build another alert window, I guess. Let's play with the back tester. You guys got me in the mood for the optimizer. So let's see, what do we want to build? You never build a short strategy. Let's build a short strategy. Let's try this out. Let's see what happens. Window specific filter. Let's see, volume today. Let's say at least 500K. Price. Let's go with at least $10. Let's give ourselves a nice big RSI value here. By big, getting towards overbought. And let's get extended off let's see, SMAs. I'm really just throwing anything at the wall right now to build something, unless anybody wants to jump in here and take us another direction. Let's see, change from the 10-day SMA, or 10-period SMA, I should say, on a 15-minute chart. Let's add that with a minimum of at least 3% off of that. All right. Put that in and let's simulate a sell. So let's enter this. We'll call it 10. Let's leave it wide open for now. Risk management, advance, go all the way out and simulate sell. And all right, not so much. Let's see how we can improve on this. So that's pretty terrible, to say the least. Well, that's just terrible right across the board. Let's get right back to the drawing board on that one. Get these numbers up a little bit more here. Let's see if that does anything here. Like I said, I've never really done short strategies, so I just don't know what I'm doing. But we're gonna mess around with it together, unless, like I said, someone else wants to come with any other thoughts or ideas here. Oh geez, that looks even worse. I don't think we want to hold a short all day long either. Let's go with a 30-minute hold. Just see if that does anything here. Not a thing. Not a thing. All right, that made that look not as terrible as it looked before. All right, let's go back to configure. Let's see. Say change from open. Let's throw 3% on that. Let's see what happens there. Like I said, I'm just throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks. That doesn't look to have done very much for us. Let's get rid of that. Let's put some risk management in here. Let's give it a profit target. Let's give it a 4 profit target. Let's give it a 2 stop loss. That made it look even worse than we just looked a minute ago, if that's even possible. Let this one finish out though. A lot of trades too. We can definitely cut some fat from this. All right, let's take a look in the optimization tab. Let's go time of day. 5-minute intervals I like to go. Okay, so almost all the trades, or at least, well, a good portion of trades, I shouldn't say almost all. Huge portion of those trades right there where massive losses are being taken. So maybe we don't do that. I don't know, there's a whole lot in here that I like for messing with that yet. And I would say anything over $100 looks terrible at this point. But that's in $100 intervals. So let's go with $5 intervals just to see how that changes things up. So some interesting data in here. I mean, because that $30 to $35 range is absolutely no good. This isn't even that good. So I don't think, now the interesting data is there is no edge on price as of right now, I would say. So what have we done here so far? RSI, change from the 10 period on a 15-minute chart. There must be something else we can add to this. But I don't like to get too, I don't want to go too far on these filters either. Get too specific with things. Let's throw VWAP. We were messing with that earlier. Let's add that filter. Let's make sure we're, get us 4% off the VWAP as well. Nice and above there. Advanced risk management. Maybe we want to hold this trade a little longer. Let's go with a 90-minute hold with that. I can see quite a few people are piling right out of here, so I must be boring them to death. Maybe they don't like short sellers. Wow, this looks even worse than it looked before. How is that even possible? Jeez Louise. I guess this is what happens when you don't do much shorting. What if we had to take this in a new direction? All right, that's a little more promising. Yeah, I'm looking for new highs to try to catch around the last new high of the day is why I'm trying to do that, because I'm a master at catching the last new high of the day. So if I could only flip that into a short now. All right, that looks okay. That doesn't look too terrible. What does the daily look like? Not so wonderful. Time of day. So it remains at that before 10:05 looks not so great still. And does not look like we're doing so well here after that time either. So let's go with the time of day filter. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to take that off screen for a second. Configure time of day filter. And add that filter. And we want to go at least, what is it, 35 minutes after the open? I think that's right. And let's stop it. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go with 300 and what do I want? 355 minutes after the open. Is that right? We're going to find out in a second. We're going to run the back test all the same while I double check these numbers. Yeah. Did I press buy? I think I pressed buy. I think that was my issue before. I think that's why one of these tests looks so terrible. There we go. Now let's take a look. Bring up this summary. Let's get it on the daily. Now I can compare apples to apples. Let's see. So that wasn't a great average winner to loser. And we did not really get that any better, to be honest. But the overall strategy equity curve, I do believe, looks better. Much nicer equity curve. Winners and loser days remain the same. What does the daily compare now? How does that compare? So still that massive losing day. This day got even worse. No, excuse me, this looks a little better up there. So, all right, so we have some improvement just by cutting out that fat rate there. Maybe we're just not looking for stocks extended enough. Let's see, change. Let's go with the change in the last 15 minutes. And what happens? We're going to throw a random 2 in there. This is just going to be the most random scan ever. You never know what you're going to get. I got rid of those other odds makers. Whoops. So it's looking good right up until the last couple of days coming into this, which is kind of surprising. All right, so throwing that in there did not help our cause at all. And it starts strong, starts to get weaker. Let's see where we take it now. All right, that's not so bad. Take a look at that daily. Now that looks really good on that daily chart. Still more alerts than I want per day, to be honest. I'd like, if I'm looking for a real quality scanner, I'd like to see it like 20 alerts or less a day. But that looks pretty good right there for a short strategy right there. Not too many filters on it. Let's see. Mess around with this risk management now and see if this affects anything. And again, if anybody wants to take this another direction, so that did not help our cause at all doing that with that risk management. But the profit factor actually does look a little better overall. Now, if we can get a big win-loss spread on average winners losers, I'd give up win rate for that actually. That's a decent spread right there that's happened now. But I don't think that profit factor was as good as it was before, but we got a good spread there. I'm kind of just messing with the with this here. 0.5. Let's see what happens with a 2.5. I'm trying to give it some space, in case we're not catching the absolute last high of the day. That's looking real good there on the profit factor, but this killed us. That average winners loser got killed on that. Now, what I wish I knew was how many profit targets do we have hit versus how many stops. We had a much better spread winners to losers before. So I'm going to just keep messing with this. What strategies? I'm making up a random short strategy right now. Random, I'd never done shorts. I don't do them in general. So I'm just trying to, trying to find stuff that's really moved up a lot on the day, ready to be faded. And what we've done here, because we're allowing for some bigger losses, is we really killed that. The profit, giving up the average winners losers versus the profit. That's a big day right there. So it's at 316. What happened on 316 to us? Look at some of these trades here. Interesting. Look at some of these here. YY. Well, most of these losers, you didn't want to be out in front of them for multiple days. I'll tell you that right now. Very interesting stuff. Bring that right back down to 2 and see what happens. It's probably going to put that average spread much better, but it's probably going to kill our profit factor. So, trying to find that happy medium without cherry picking data either. That's one of the keys in all this back testing too. We got that spread back down a little nicer. We didn't really give up much there. Let's see. So that day, that 316 is still our day that we got crushed on. Good stuff here. Back to time of day real quick. See if that's there's anything new here to look at. Almost kind of looks like we don't want to do much after noon. And cut out quite a few trades. But I almost feel like right here, we don't want to go any further than this. I somehow put 3-minute intervals. So let's see. I wonder. Cutting out a lot of trades like this too. And that's pretty nice right there. Let's look at this daily. Not a bad daily. So, all right, anybody that's interested in shorts, I mean, keep these in mind, that it's optimized somewhat, but that's a decent profit factor, not a ridiculous amount of trades. That's okay. I'd like to see that better. And like I said, I don't pay attention to those numbers. I think those numbers are garbage. What I really pay attention to is this stuff here. That, not so much the percent, but how many trades and the spread between those trades. And then here gives us a good snapshot. All right. We can see a good performance here. And so, if I was interested in watching this for the long term, I run a back test on this every day without changing one thing on it. And that becomes a forward test instead without putting live money in. And that's that. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and share that out and change the name. There we go. If anybody that's interested in some shorts, who wears shorts? See, Barry says that closing on the highs on this guy here, watching the after hours. And when Barry says to watch something, you might want to watch it. For those of you that are into that kind of thing. All right, what else are we doing here? Let's see, we got 402. Yeah, you got it. Happy to share that out. Mess around and build some stuff. Been watching block trades on SPY. A massive amount of blocks, 20,000 king. I would just say that there might be people that are really playing that range, especially once we got back over. You know, once it looked like we were really, you know, sealing the deal to move back up on the day. So I would suspect that there are people that are going to play that range. I don't know all the way to 440 or not. But that's what I would Blue Moon. That's what I would glean from that. Is that, you know, we're stuck in this long range. We defended 420 again, and that people are going to play, you know, playing that range essentially with those bigger blocks like that. Do I think oil will bounce tomorrow? What's tomorrow's Tuesday? I think oil numbers come out Wednesday and Thursday. I think this will be some big weeks for it. I think oil stays quiet tomorrow, I would say. I don't think you see oil go one way or the other tomorrow. Too much, anyways. I mean, you had such a massive trading range in everything today. I mean, such a massive trading range in everything today. And for the XOP to have this big of a range is ridiculous compared to what it normally does. I'd say you have, unless some kind of news comes out that affects anything, I'd say you're inside the range of today, tomorrow. And then you're really going to be numbers dependent on oil. I would more look at it like this. And there it goes. Bang. Well, you said it. But I would do this with the XOP. Yeah, I'm gonna, you know, I'm really trying to not do anything based on news. I'm gonna do it based off of technical analysis, and then, you know, hold my stops tight. And I won't predict, you know, I'll hold you know, I like if then scenarios based on technical analysis. That's a more appropriate level we'll be looking at. So, you know, a lot of damage done. So I'd say this here, you could easily in a couple of days see here, and this will be the, you know, point that, and I didn't even know that that was going to happen on this chart here. I just was lining up with this actually here is what I was looking at, that breakout level. I was this line, I was lining up with that and this here, not realizing today's price action at all would line right in with that. You want to get above this. We want to get above that. Anything below this doesn't look good for gas and oil exploration. And I think the reason why I'm so big in gas and oil exploration is because, everybody wants to, or, the US anyway wants to be off of everybody else's stuff. So, you want to look at it like that with those rig counts going up. Yeah, but I mean, I don't pay attention to the dividends or anything like that, Michael Anthony. I really, my focus is on a technical analysis when it comes to price action. I don't, look at what all these ridiculous companies that have never made a penny in their entire lives, all shot through the roof, and ARK was buying them and everything else, and then all of a sudden, they come crashing down and can't get out of their own way now. So they completely defied fundamentals one way, and now I won't say they're defying them the other way. It's just that, I don't know that it's an equal and proper move back. I mean, technically speaking, we look at each one of those. Wants to load. There we go. Yeah, tied right to it. Interesting. I would have thought this would make a bigger move based on that float. But you're tied right to those major averages, essentially. Sorry, trying to do some Elliott wave drawings here. Interesting. Let's see. Call that a first wave. Well, we couldn't call that a first wave, actually. I don't think anybody will be filling in for me now. Steve and Andy have their own webinars, their own sessions through those days and things like that. And they're going to be needed in the support chat and the emails and things like that. So the 3:30 hour will go dormant after Tuesday for the rest of the week, it looks like. Anyway, so sorry, looking at that Elliott wave stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty clear defined here. Below $6, it's bearish. Above $6, it's bullish, I would say. And then define what your risk levels are based on that. But my risk levels are always going to be technical based, never have anything to do with fundamentals. EGYP, DAA. I don't like that chart at all. Not for price appreciation, anyways. Too messy. I mean, too much sideways. It looks like it's never really got going with the price of anything else. You could say it's consolidating, I suppose. But even that's kind of ant. When I draw like this and I can see it start to coil up in here a little bit. But I mean, that's just, straight sideways since last year. And the fact that you've got other oil stocks that have skyrocketed and this can't do that, lead me right away from that. PAGP, that sounds familiar. Yeah, same thing. I want to see more out of these things. I want to see a lot more out of these things. I mean, this you could start to make an argument for, with this being an isolated anomaly, if you can get it back into this range, that it's got a I can never remember the name of this triangle. And look at it like that. You can even look at it, actually get rid of the wicks. That's not what I want to show it as. See, I cannot draw what I want at all. Now it's popped out of that, but they just gave it up right here. So, it's hard to do it when everything's so broken. Bull paying 21, almost 22 cents. Interesting. I would say that overall, shippers have benefited more from energy than pipelines. Also, I'd pay more attention to I'd pay attention to that. While shippers overall haven't benefited, I'd say energy shippers have benefited. So let's see on the sectors. What did we do? We get any bounces? So UNG had a huge bounce. So if I was looking at energy plays, I'd be looking more at things that are focused on natural gas. And P10 couldn't get any love off of that. Interesting that the home builders got such a bounce today. Still not a believer there though. I'd say quite a bit of this is mercy bounces. Yeah, it looks like mostly mercy bounce for the sectors anyways, with the exception of natural gas. And again, this would have been a day where I thought, we get this huge move down and then a bounce, and you'd think that you'd get gold looking strong with it. And I mean, it looks anything like it. I mean, just wow on this chart for the gold miners. And again, it breaks down technically again, because we look at this, wet. God, such terrible drawings. Look at this wedge we broke out of, all right? This descending triangle, we broke out of it beautifully. But to break down this much afterwards is so massive. So I'm really surprised with that. Uranium. I guess we're back to not building nuclear power plants again or something. That must be a thing, right? Uranium's really, it's really struggled at this level. I'd imagine this is going to be resistance now next time up, if it even gets back up there again. Now, interestingly enough, the Jets did not fall as much as I thought they might have. There might be some plays in there over for a couple of days still. Again, trying to break this massive downtrend for so long. So we'll see. That's a big downtrend that's trying to break right there. Hitting the Wayback Machine. So now, you got, people can travel and do a lot more stuff now, but the cost of everything's gone up, except the wages not keeping pace with that. But I'd be keeping an eye here on the Jets. Maybe some good intraday plays in there. Like how my trend line is just hopping wherever it feels like. I zoom in and out. That's nice. Well, it could be a dead cat bounce. It's going to need a few more days to be an official dead cat bounce, though. That's what I'm saying. A lot of this was mercy plays, but I say it's a mercy play, but let's keep in mind we got a range here. We're at the bottom of that range. All right. We popped out of the range, popped in, popped out, popped in, popped out, popped in. All right. And then we've stayed in this range again, since all the way back here. The range is really this and this line here. And, defended it, defended it, defended it, defended it. Now, was it a mercy defense today? Was it shorts covering today after a couple of days of pounding? I have no idea, and neither does anybody else. But what I know is below here, bearish, above here, range, above here, bullish. And, we're closer to the bearish side than the bullish side right now. I mean, it might work like that to flip it, Rev. I couldn't say for sure. And as far as what nat gas to be in, I don't even know. I have no idea, to be honest. What are nat gas stocks? What are some nat gas stocks? Maybe, what's it? AR, is that nat gas? AR might be one to look at. Yeah, natural gas extraction. Watch, you got earnings in a couple days. Is APA something? Yeah, another one. This one I'd bless. AR looks nicer. See if there's anything in my liked symbol list here. It's pharmaceuticals, no. Wow, what a day for SWCH switch. That's beautiful. Really nice, considering everything else today. Sorry, I was really going through here to try to find some nat gas stocks. I don't know if I have any in here right now. Oof. See, I want to see stuff that didn't gap down as much as it did today. I want to see stuff that wasn't as weak and recovered more. Sky H. Airport operators. This looks like a day trading vehicle. Nothing I want to get involved in aside from that. I mean, I guess, low risk to reward here. What's this? I mean, yeah, it's like, this, where do you put a stop on this? You know, $6, $5 if I was trying to swing trade it. Do I have that scan out still? No, I got rid of that scan. Here's the thing with flipping that. Let me load that. File, load from cloud. So if we flip it, now we're looking for bounce plays instead. And I don't know that everything flips the way we want it to. So yeah, we're looking at stuff really oversold essentially. Might work. Let's see what happens. Let's run a back test on it. Nope, not on the back test anyways. So, you know, we could take the concept, but we'd have to go back to the drawing board with some stuff. Because I think, you know, what it's doing now is it's, you know, finding weak stuff and looking at it, you know, it's staying weak. It's not really bouncing. That's what's happening there. I wonder after flipped, what happens when we sell it now? Yeah, weak stuff getting weaker. Interesting. Actually holding up better than I thought it was going to. Actually ends up looking pretty decent, except for the daily's not going to look good, I bet. So it's going to be a couple of big days. Took care of that. Yep. And not as bad as I thought it was going to look, actually. Very interesting. That spread here is okay. Not a bad profit factor. Interesting. But, you know, things you'd want to consider looking at. You know, you're going to have to rework the time of day on it, obviously. So, you know, I'd start with pulling that out and reworking that data. Oh, wait. That was no longer flipped, right? Configure, flip. Whoops. Okay, so that was accurate from before. No, it wasn't. All right, I must have not hit the flip button actually. So, all right, it might give you a base to work with if you're trying to flip it to go long. Might be a base in there to work with. But I'd start with removing the time filters and then looking at it from there. If you're going to have to get that a lot nicer on the bottom half of that. But both sides are actually not good looking at all to go long. Now I want to see what happens if we short sell down here. Selling weakness. Well, it started off strong. It's actually a very good spread, winners to losers here. So it might be something to work with that side. Interesting stuff. What did NK gave it right back up, right back down after that pop in the after hours. Still some serious volume in it right now. What a range. So, all right, I think I'm gonna start to walk myself out of here for the day. Off of the post market. Let's kill that. So, all right, I will be here tomorrow for my regular 3:30. We'll go Zoom side on that. And that'll be it for me for the week. Like I said, I'll be in DC at the CMT symposium, seeing if I can't get myself a little more educated, some technical analysis, bring a little more to the plate here for all parties concerned. So tomorrow's Tuesday. You'll have Mr. Michael Noss tomorrow. It's a Monday, Wednesday week for webinar. So Jamie has his webinar in half an hour from now starting, just about half an hour from now starting. I believe it'll be Brad and Dan on Wednesday, as far as I know. I don't think anything's changed with that. And that's everything for today, I think. Yeah, you got it, guys. Always a pleasure to be here. And gals. Where do I go for the webinar? I'm going to DC, not for a webinar, but a symposium, the CMT symposium. It's the first one done in a couple of years. Thanks, Debbie. Appreciate it. I don't take a lot of days off. It's weird though, because I enjoy what I do so much. So not taking days off isn't a big deal to me. But so I'll be gone. Oh, webinar in 30 minutes. Yeah, webinar with Jamie Hodge. The office hours, 5 o'clock. I don't know if I have a link for that or how to get a link for that. I could wonder if I can send you my link somehow. See if, here, try this. Open a new tab. Head to our education page. Head to the education page and scroll down to daily webinars and submit and see if that gets you things sent there. I don't know if I have a way to share a link to that because go to webinar. See what happens when I click. Okay, try this link. Anybody that wants to try to get in that webinar, this might work. But then also go to this page and sign up for these, because then you get the emails. Just check your spam always, because for whatever reason our emails go to spam so much. It's really annoying. Gmail does it to us probably more than anybody else, although Hotmail is pretty notorious and on that as well. You know me, Michael Anthony. I can't say if something's a keeper or not. I liked this chart more than I liked all the rest of the charts. I'm bearish here, and I'm more bullish this side of that line, that $6 line. But I mean, look at how significant that's been going back to through the beginning of the year. I don't know that it's ever gotten this high before, to be honest. If it did it way back. Yeah, if it did it had to have done it way back, because we're showing a lifetime high of 967 and we're not near there percentage wise. We're off a good, good good few percent there. So, I mean, it's the chart that I like the most out of all of them. But, you know, if you're buying based on dividends and things like that, you know, I don't know what to say. And also, you know, the other thing too is this is just not a market to, you know, unless you have real conviction in something and, you know, your plan to execute with that conviction. Because, you know, if this gives up 6, it could easily be down here at, you know, under 4, under 5, you know, real quick. And look at this thing. Look at how it's, you know, moved from here to here in just a week. All right. And same thing here, you know, $2 move in less than a week. 1, 2, 3, 4 trading days came down and touched, you know, $4. That cut that's, you know, or $2, excuse me, you know, took a quarter of the price right off in just those few trading days. So that is what I'll leave you with, folks. All right. Thank you, everybody. And I will see you for my swan song of the week tomorrow. And then I'll see you the week after that. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great one. And we'll see you tomorrow at 3:30.